Hello, and thank you for choosing this clean historical Western romance from author Indiana Wake. Before we begin, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Your support allows us to keep sharing more wonderful stories for free. Set on the American frontier, A Love to Last a Lifetime is a romance series about grief, hope, and the quiet strength of love that endures. Copyright Indiana Wake. The Love in His Heart by Indiana Wake. Chapter 1. It sure is a great way to spend a Sunday afternoon. Jimmy Dalton leaned back in the porch seat and set his hands, the fingers laced, down on a well-filled belly. Your ma always cooks up a fine meal after church. She sure does. I reckon it's enough to keep a person going all week. Janet laughed, squinting into the bright sunshine that fell across the pretty garden. She's always doing something. Cooking, sorting out this garden. Ma Grace never stops. Well, she does have her little helper, Jimmy said and winked at Janet before surreptitiously tilting his head sideways. Come out, wherever you are, Janet called and, when she got no response, she called again. I know you're there, baby Katie. I'm not a baby, I'm a big girl. I'm 7, Janet, Katie complained and scuttled out from her hiding place in the doorway. I know. Janet laughed. And I knew if I called you a baby you'd show yourself. Oh. Katie said and slapped her forehead in a way which made Jimmy and Janet laugh. Come on then, there's room for a grown-up 7-year-old here on the porch seat. Janet moved away from Jimmy just enough to make room for her little sister. Katie grinned happily and planted herself firmly between them. She wriggled and fussed until she made herself comfortable, stemming the tide of conversation until she was fully settled. Are you comfortable now? Jimmy asked in an amused and indulgent voice. Yes, thank you, Jimmy, Katie said primly. Are you sure now? Yes. She looked up at him, her face a picture of confusion. Why are you smiling at me? No reason, honey. Jimmy laughed and ruffled Katie's hair until she shrieked with laughter. Janet looked on, smiling to herself. Jimmy had always been kind to her little sister, including her always and never ignoring her as other young men of his age might have done. But that was Jimmy, he was a real nice man. Sometimes, I can hardly believe I have known you since we were both younger than Katie here, Janet said in a slow, lazy voice. I know. It seems like longer. Jimmy laughed, and Katie did too, although she clearly didn't know what she was laughing at. Hardy haha, Jimmy Dalton. Janet said and shook her head. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have any friends. Janet laughed, always enjoying the banter between them. Sometimes, it seemed as if that banter hadn't changed a bit since they were in the schoolroom. They had always been at ease with one another, even back in the days when Janet was a tough nut to crack, a little girl angry at the world for taking her real mother from her when she was just a child. Back then, Janet had been so sullen and aggressive that nobody wanted to be her friend. Nobody, that was, except Jimmy Dalton. He'd certainly seen the worst of her and, unbelievably, he had stuck by her side throughout. But Janet had never treated him the way she had treated the rest of the world. Jimmy was her safety net, her leaning post, and he had been the most important person in her world for as long as she could remember. Well, I reckon if I have just the one friend, that'll do me just fine. He smiled at her, his blue eyes twinkling with amusement and warmth. Trust you to be nice when I'm being nasty. Janet scoffed playfully. One of us has to do it. Jimmy's laugh was deep and gentle all at once. It seemed to Janet that he had become a man so suddenly, and yet she couldn't quite remember when it had happened. There didn't seem to have been a point when the transition had made itself known. At times, it was like it had always been. But then she remembered him so clearly, a young boy, all arms and legs, with a great shock of hair that was more red than brown. But all that remained of the boy he had been was his humor and tinges of deep red in wonderfully thick brown hair. His blue eyes seemed to have darkened too, although Janet wasn't sure that was really possible. The fact was, Jimmie was no longer the awkward, skinny boy whose only friend in the world was an angry little girl with the wildest blonde ringlets in all of Oregon. He was a fine man of 19 with a man's body, his arms and legs now proportionate and his frame large and muscular. Janet knew that couldn't have happened overnight, she just didn't remember the build-up to it. "Sunday is over and done with so fast," Janet said, sighing loudly as she changed the subject altogether. "I know. But it's not over yet, so make the most of it." Jimmie smiled at her. "I'm going to check on the sunflowers me and Ma grew." Katie scrambled to her feet and disappeared the very moment the idea came to her. "See, Katie's making the most of it." Jimmie laughed. "That's because she's 7 and she's already forgotten that Monday follows Sunday. She won't even be thinking about sitting in the schoolroom tomorrow." Janet watched as Katie disappeared down the side of the house to check on the sunflowers she had lovingly tended since they were no more than a handful of seeds. "Then I reckon Katie has it just right," he said languidly and shuffled along the porch seat to close the gap left by Katie. "How so?" "By not thinking about what comes tomorrow, Katie's enjoying her day." He turned in his seat, looked at Janet, and shrugged expansively. "Stop thinking about your day in the diner tomorrow, you ain't there yet. That's what I'm trying to say to you, Janet. Be here, that's all. Be sitting on the porch seat out front of your daddy's house with the best-looking man in all of Oregon and just enjoy it." He chuckled and returned his gaze to the garden. "Oh, my word." Janet laughed heartily. "You know, only part of what you said there is true, Jimmy Dalton. Some of it was pure storytelling." "I know. I just thank God for the handsomeness. Now what would I do if that part wasn't true?" He grinned, his eyes closed as he tilted his head toward the bright sun. "You are impossible." Janet shook her head. "And I truly wish I could sit here and not think about working the rest of the week in the most boring place on earth." "I thought your daddy's lumberyard was the most boring place on earth. Wasn't that why you went to work in the diner in the first place?" "Yes, I guess so. But it turns out the diner is every bit as boring." Janet knew she was complaining, slipping back into her old ways even if only a little. It was a good job with reasonable, if not wonderful, pay. But Janet had only enjoyed it for the first week. She'd liked watching the diners and listening into their conversations as she went about her business. By the second week, however, she realized it was the same old run of customers day in, day out, and she was no longer interested in hearing what they had to say to one another. It's not what you do that makes you bored. It's always wanting to be somewhere else that does that. Jimmie sounded more relaxed than ever, speaking slowly as if he might fall asleep on the porch seat at any moment. "Is that why you like working as a ranch hand?" Janet asked simply. "I guess so. But I enjoy it too. Being out on a horse all day in this fine country." He paused and seemed to come back to life. "And it's all heading toward my dream. I guess that counts for something." "Your dream of owning your own ranch," Janet said, quietly confirming that which she already knew. "Yep. I guess you just need your dream first, Janet. Then, whatever you're doing, it won't matter. You'll know what you're working for then. It needs to be more than just survival. You know, The fact that you're kind of wise makes you a little predictable, Janet said playfully. Predictable, huh? He turned to look at her with just one eye open. Maybe I am. He then opened the other deep blue eye and looked right at her. And maybe I'm not. Chapter 2. Did you have a good day? Grace asked when Janet appeared in the kitchen doorway, her blonde curls disheveled from a long, hot day in the diner. I guess I did, Janet said without any trace of enthusiasm. Now why do I get the feeling you don't mean that? Grace said with a laugh. Come on, sit yourself down and I'll pour you a peach tea. Thanks, Ma Grace, but I reckon I go to sleep with the smell of peach tea in my nostrils these days. It's kind of put me off it. All right, how about some milk? Yes, please. Janet finally smiled and settled down at the kitchen table as Grace poured her some milk. As always, Grace was every bit the ma to Janet, just as she had been for the past 7 years. Although Janet could still picture her own mother clearly, Grace was the one who sprang to mind now whenever she thought of her parents. Not that she loved her mother any less, it was just that she had come to love Grace more and more as every year passed. Grace was a friend to her too in so many ways, and Janet truly appreciated that slightly different relationship and the idea that she really could tell Grace anything. It was like having the best of both worlds. So, Grace said as she sat opposite her with a drink of her own. What's eating you up today? Is it that obvious? Only to everyone. Grace laughed, and Janet felt her low mood lifting a little. Oh, Ma Grace, I am just so bored. I am so tired of this place where nothing happens and there's never anyone different to see. I feel trapped by it. Trapped? You mean at the diner? The diner, yes. Every day seems like it's 40 feet long. Nothing happens. I cut pie. I pour peach tea. She shuddered for humorous effect. And I smile so much my face is hurting by the end of my shift. Maybe you need to find something else. You're a bright girl, Janet. You always were. Grace chewed thoughtfully at her bottom lip. What about teaching the little ones? I always found great satisfaction when I was teaching reading and writing back east. I don't think so. I don't have the patience for it. And what if I ended up like poor Miss Martin with an awkward little child like me to teach? Janet grinned, and Grace laughed loudly. Oh, my word. I see what you mean. You didn't have to agree so quickly. Janet wore a look of mock horror. You would have seen through the lie otherwise. Grace was still amused. But maybe you'd get to teach someone like Katie. She'd listen to every word you had to say. I know. She's such a fine little girl. Janet smiled and felt the warmth in her chest as she always did when contemplating her adorable little sister. But I still don't think it's for me. I'd be stuck inside all day long again. Maybe think about working with your daddy again? You're not stuck inside all day then. But the men who come to buy lumber are so dull, Ma. They talk on and on about the best nails and the best way to make a corner joint. Janet shuddered again. Then you're just going to have a long think about what you'd like to do. Although, most girls your age are already thinking about settling down with a nice young man. Oh, Ma Grace. Janet rolled her eyes and reached for her milk. I'm too young to be thinking of all that now. I want to be free. There's nothing to stop you being free if you pick the right man. Grace smiled broadly. And I was getting settled down when I was your age. My first husband, Peter, never stopped me doing what I wanted, and your daddy never has either. But that was back in your day, Ma Grace. Honey, I am only just 30. Grace squeaked, and Janet covered her mouth with her hand to stifle her laughter. I know, but you know what I mean. I do know what you mean. Grace gave in. What does Jimmie say about it? Why? What does that matter? Janet. He's your friend. I know, and he's just about my best friend in all the world. But I can't help thinking that you reckon I should just settle down with Jimmie and forget about being bored. I guess I'm just fighting against that as an idea. Janet reached across the table and squeezed Grace's hand. I didn't mean to sound like I was dismissing him. He's a real good man. He is a real good man. And a real handsome one now he's grown into his body. Grace laughed. My word, but he was a skinny boy. He had those long old legs like a spider and that red hair. Grace dabbed tears of laughter before they fell. But you'd never know that now. I have no doubt he's turning pretty heads all over town with that face of his. I don't know, Janet said, and wondered if any other girl did like the look of him. I guess I never noticed. Noticed what? That Jimmie was handsome or that he's a head-turner? Both, I suppose. You cannot tell me you haven't noticed what a fine-looking man he's become? Grace said incredulously. Maybe you aren't looking at him properly. He is handsome, Ma Grace, but he's my friend. That's a good thing, trust me. How? Look, your daddy is my best friend in all this world. Not many women can say that about their own husbands. A man who listens and understands you, a man who knows you as well as you know yourself, is worth his weight in gold. I'm not marrying Jimmie just because he's worth his weight in gold, Janet said in immediate response. I want some excitement in my life. And you don't think you'd have that with Jimmie? I don't know. But I know Jimmie. She shrugged. I guess I want to meet someone new and exciting. Although, just where I'll find a man like that around here is beyond me. Excitement is a funny thing, Janet. It changes as you get older, and the things you once thought of as lacking, you realize that they were actually just what you were looking for in the first place. Oh my. That sounds just like something Jimmie would say. Janet said and began to laugh all over again. Chapter 3. The only vaguely interesting face Janet had seen all morning was that of Connie Langdon. Connie was her ma's friend and a regular visitor to their home, with good reason. Connie always had something funny to say or some piece of gossip she'd picked up from one of the guests at her boarding house. And she delivered it all with the sort of wit nobody expected from a widow of her age. Janet supposed that was why Connie was always so amusing. Well, hello there, Connie, Janet said brightly when Connie walked in. Table by the window, so you can peer out and watch the world go by? Very funny. Connie chuckled in her customary way. But I'm not staying. I just wondered if you'd wrap me up a big piece of whatever pie you're selling today. I've got new boarders and I want to make a good impression. A good first meal is the only way I know of to keep them. That and your wonderful company. Janet grinned and set about uncovering the pies as Connie leaned on the counter. We've got peach or pecan. Peach please, Connie said, inspecting the crust before making her big decision. So, you've got a full house again? I'm back to 5 boarders. I reckon I'd forgotten what hard work that is when I've had just 2 rattling around in there for so long. Who are they? Anyone exciting? Janet began to wrap the pie in paper. 3 cowboys from out of town. Connie winced. And they sure do fill that house of mine. They are all so big. Any handsome ones? Janet asked with a cheeky laugh. They're all handsome, which is why you should stay as far away from them as possible. Connie laughed too. Oh, but they will take some getting used to. I'm just glad my other guests are getting on and a little deaf. These boys laugh and grunt and clatter across my floorboards like a herd of wild buffalo. I reckon you'll have them tamed in no time, Connie. They'll soon learn not to argue with Connie Langdon. The sooner the better. Connie pulled some coins from the bottom of a large, well-worn bag. Here you go. She dropped the coins into Janet's hand. Thank you. Janet put the coins into the register before gently placing the wrapped pie into Connie's bag. Well, I'd better get on. Tell your ma I'll be over to see her in a couple of days when I've got my routine back. Connie turned to leave. And here they come now. Looks like you're going to get to meet my cowboys sooner than I'd thought. Oh, Janet said, unable to hide her excitement as she peered out through the window and across the street to where 3 large men were sauntering along. You be careful now, d'ye hear? Connie said with a mixture of seriousness and amusement. Of course. Janet gave a firm nod, trying to appear sensible when she wanted to be anything but. Hello, there, Janet said when Connie disappeared, and the 3 cowboys made their way into the diner. Would you like a seat by the window? No, ma'am. The tallest and most handsome of the 3 was smiling at her broadly. Too far away. I'd rather be nearer to the counter, so I can get a good look at you. Oh, Janet said and could have kicked herself for her blushing cheeks. Well, how about this table? I reckon that would do just fine. He smiled at her and held her gaze for longer than Janet could cope with. He was a good-looking man for sure, with fair, sun-lightened hair peeking out from beneath a broad-brimmed hat, tan skin, and a strong jaw. His eyes were green, just like her own, and his smile was a work of art as far as she was concerned. He was older too, maybe 26 or 7, which made him instantly exciting in Janet's world. So, what can I get for you? Janet said as she seated them at the table and battled her shyness. What's the pie? One of the other men spoke. He was a little younger than the handsome cowboy, pleasant-looking in his own way but no match for his fair-haired counterpart. We have a little peach left. Maybe enough for 1 slice. And we have a whole pecan pie, which is real nice. Janet felt a little more in control, pleased to have the pie to speak about if nothing else. Sounds good. The second cowboy nodded. Pecan for me. And me. The third cowboy smiled up at her. And pecan for you? She turned her attention on the handsome man once again, relieved to feel her flush had cooled. Well, I reckon I'll take the last slice of peach. Wouldn't want it to go wasting now, would we? He winked at her and Janet smiled and hurried away before her cheeks flushed again. As she cut the pie and poured them all coffee, Janet was all fingers and thumbs. The 3 men chattered between themselves as she worked, and so she took the opportunity to study the man who had caused her to blush. He really was tall and broad, but maybe not quite as tall and broad as Jimmie. Still, Janet reckoned he was just tall enough and broad enough to be impressive. He wore a faded red plaid shirt and heavy blue work trousers with a thick belt. And the broad-brimmed hat, of course, which had been removed finally and placed down on the table, revealing yet more of his very pleasing sun-bright hair. All in all, Janet thought that if she didn't already know he was a cowboy, she'd know he was a cowboy. He certainly looked the part, even without his chaps on. She had seen cowboys before, of course, but she had been younger and less interested in the idea of handsome strangers and the sort of excitement that would relieve the monotony of small-town life. Every year, in fact, cowboys drifted into the area to work the open plains, tending to the free-roaming cattle. She had often heard her daddy proclaim it to be a hard life, traveling from place to place like that, never calling anywhere home, and for less pay than regular ranch hands might get. But as she set the pie out onto plates and thought about a life spent roaming from place to place, Janet could hardly imagine a better existence. She could dare bet that the cowboys never got bored, always ready to move on once the surroundings became too familiar. For a moment, she was almost envious. With the plates and cups set out on a tray, Janet took a deep breath and made her way back to their table, hoping that she would not do or say something that would make her look young and silly. "There you go," she said brightly as she set their pies down in front of them along with steaming cups of coffee. "Thank you." He looked up at her and smiled, his green eyes so clear, bright, and appealing. "You're welcome." Janet hurried away again, retreating to the safety of the counter where she could pretend to be getting on with something as she did her best to listen to their conversation and enjoy a glance or two. In the end, Janet did not particularly discover anything more than she already knew. They talked about Connie's boarding house, each of them seeming pleased to have found such a fine place for such a good price. Janet made a mental note to give Connie that piece of reassuring news the next time she saw her. They also talked a little of work, something about being out on the top plains and a meeting with their new boss, Drake Darcy. She winced a little at the sound of his name, knowing that Jimmie also worked for Drake. Of course, Jimmie was working within the confines of the ranch itself, not roaming about the larger area that was predominantly the territory of cowboys. Still, there was something about the idea of this exciting newcomer working with her friend that was a little unsettling. They may not work side by side, exactly, but she was certain that their paths would cross at some time. She knew it ought not to matter, and yet it did. Even though she had nothing more of the handsome cowboy than a smile and a wink, even though he was not a part of her world, she still did not want his world and Jimmie's world to meet. She wanted to keep her friend in one hand and her promise of excitement firmly in the other. The three continued to talk for nearly an hour before they collectively returned the battered hats to their heads and roused themselves from the table. "I'll pay this one," the handsome cowboy said, and his significant smile to his friends was not lost on Janet. "Sure thing. We'll see you back at Mrs. Langdon's." And with that, his friends nodded their gratitude to Janet before leaving. "Well now, let me get my debts paid, huh?" He smiled at her, and Janet knew, without a doubt, that he was paying for his friends as a way to get a few minutes in her company. She felt flattered, excited, and terrified all at once. As he approached her and leaned languidly against the counter, Janet felt as foolish as a jester and as inexperienced as a child. He suddenly seemed so much older, a real man, and she prayed she wouldn't blush again. "Thank you kindly," she said as he handed her the dollar bills. "I'll just make change for you." "No, ma'am." He winked at her again. "It sure would be an offense if I didn't tip a pretty lady like you." "Thank you," Janet croaked, thinking it was the biggest tip she'd had all week. But she could not have cared less. This handsome man had chosen to stop and spend time with her, and she couldn't concentrate on anything else. "I'm Ray," he said, and took his hat off again before nodding his head by way of introduction. "Ray Burnett." "It sure is nice to meet you, Mr. Burnett." She could feel her throat going dry and hoped she wouldn't seize up altogether. "Come on now, honey, call me Ray." "Well then, it sure is nice to meet you, Ray." She giggled. "Don't I get to know your name?" He leaned further over the counter and she found herself fixated on his smooth, clean-shaven face. "Janet. Janet Lacey." She smiled shyly. "A pretty name for a pretty lady." He straightened up. So, what do you do for entertainment in these parts? I'm kind of new in town. Well, I reckon you're going to be disappointed. There's not a whole lot to do here, unless you count the barn dance once every 2 weeks. Oh, and there's a saloon bar, not that I've ever been in it, she added hastily, and he laughed. But apart from that, there really is nothing. Well, it sure sounds fine to me. It's a nice little town you have here, trust me. I've been to some real remote places. Because you're a cowboy, she said, finally finding her conversational feet. Aren't you? I sure am. That must be real exciting, Janet said a little awestruck. I don't know that chasing moody cattle about the plains is as exciting as you might think. He laughed, and it was a rich, deep rumble that she could feel in her chest. Janet could hardly contain her excitement. That such a handsome man would spend time with her, that the excitement she had longed for had finally arrived, seemed suddenly so unreal. But I reckon you have to take excitement where it presents itself. But moving from place to place must be wonderful, Ray. I wish I could travel around, get out of this place. She looked all about her as if the diner itself signified the whole town. You sound like an adventurer. He smiled. Maybe you and I are a little alike. Maybe. But you're the one who gets to move from place to place, not me. She shrugged. Ah, but you want to move around. That's what we have in common, I reckon. Yes, I see what you mean. So, when's the next barn dance? Saturday coming, Janet said, and her heart began to pound again. Was he really going to ask her to the barn dance? Would she finally be stepping out with a man, someone who was interested in her? For a moment, Janet felt like a woman. She knew she was a woman, of course, but the truth was that she still felt like a girl. A girl who still wandered the town with a childhood friend, just a year or two beyond climbing trees and acting the fool, a girl who had never been kissed. And do you reckon you'll be going? I'm not sure, Janet said and looked down at the countertop and the remnants of the pecan pie on the big round plate. I suppose a pretty lady like you already has someone to take her. A man of her own, not some stranger, some cowboy from out of town. He raised his eyebrows and she realized he was asking a question. No, I don't, she said with a little too much haste. I mean, I don't have a man. Well, you know, she said, and fell silent, knowing that she was being all too eager. Well, I reckon that's the best piece of news I've had in a long time. He smiled, his teeth white and straight and perfect against his tanned skin. So, what do you say I take you to the barn dance? Maybe you could keep this lonely old cowboy company for an hour or two? Well, yes, she said and nodded. Yes, I'd like that. Although, I should tell you I'm not much of a dancer. I'm much better on a horse than on 2 feet. He grinned at her and she laughed. Ray Burnett certainly seemed to be everything she could hope for. Handsome, mysterious, exciting, and funny. She had never been so instantly attracted to anybody in her life and she wondered how on earth she was going to get a wink of sleep between then and Saturday. Well, where should I pick you up from then? Maybe I should meet you here and we can walk to the town barn together, she said, a little stab of self-preservation informing her that her daddy might not be as pleased to set eyes on the cowboy as she was. After all, he was a few years older than she was and her daddy, despite his best efforts, was still a protective sort of a man. That's settled then, he said with a smile as he put his hat back on. I'll see you on Saturday. Yes, see you Saturday. Janet grinned as he began to make his way to the door of the diner. Of course, you know I won't be able to help myself. I reckon I'll be back for another slice of pie tomorrow." He grinned back and then walked out, leaving a stunned, excited Janet in his wake. Chapter 4. Jimmie walked up to the Lacey household on foot, as he had always done. It was a fine walk to the outer edges of the town, and it was yet another warm and bright early summer evening. Jimmie had seen nothing of Janet all week and so had decided to make his way over to her after his day's work was done. He was tired, but the idea of an hour or two in her company revived him as it always did. He raked his hand through his thick, red-brown hair as he went along, feeling the grit of the day and idly wishing that he had stopped in at home first. It would have felt better to change out of his work clothes and dip his head in the bracingly cold water of the barrel which stood in the shade at the back of his father's house. But Janet was used to seeing him just as he was now. Why should he suddenly feel overturned by an insecurity he had never allowed access to his mind before? And not only had Janet seen him at his worst, but Jimmie had most certainly seen Janet at hers. That was exactly what had made them such firm friends, real friends, with longevity and understanding. And yet somehow Jimmie knew that it wasn't enough for him anymore. He wanted to be more than a friend to Janet. He wanted everything about their lives to evolve. As Jimmie dropped down the tree-lined slope which led generally in the direction of Josh Lacey's lumberyard, he peered over at the Lacey house. There had been many changes over the years, especially since Janet's father had married Grace Salter, and the home was certainly now a very fine one. He could see the treetops at the back of the house and remembered suddenly and vividly the day that Janet, just 12 years old, had fallen clean out of one of them and landed hard on the ground. He shook his head slowly from side to side and smiled at the youthful exuberance. But even now, more than 7 years later, he realized that the thing which struck him most about it was Janet's character. Jimmie was certain that, had his own 12-year-old self fallen from that tree and landed so hard, his confidence might well have been knocked askew, however much he might have kept that to himself. But there was no knocking for Janet, not for long at any rate. Despite having been barred from climbing trees from that moment onwards, neither one of them had listened. Jimmie had been pleased, just days later, when the two of them found their way into the upper reaches of a fantastic climbing tree further north along the river. Far enough away from the Lacey household that their exploits might be made anonymously. For a girl like Janet, one who had always been in search of something to do, one who had always had a sharp mind, even when her young self had angrily turned her back in the schoolroom, it was little wonder that she was now finding herself bored. She was meant for something more than the diner, even more than her daddy's lumberyard. Janet needed something of her own, something to work toward. And Jimmie was certain that it was not necessarily the act of work itself, the complexities or otherwise of the task ahead of her, but the goal, the idea of working toward something. Suddenly, it struck him that he need not necessarily be alone in his dream of one day owning his own ranch. Janet was an excellent horsewoman, just as might be expected of a girl who had spent so much of her youth in daring physical pursuits. Already, Jimmie could see a future in which the two of them worked side by side on their own ranch. They would, of course, be happily married in Jimmie's scenario, with Janet content with her new status as a partner in something bigger. Jimmie smiled as he continued on his way down the slope, thinking that he had finally hit upon something that would make them both happy. As long as Janet felt the same way about him as he felt about her. That was the only thing which gave his ordinarily healthy confidence cause for concern. They had been friends for so long that the transition into love and romance might well not be an easy one. And yet, to Jimmie, the idea that they knew each other so well was one that he thought very much gave him a head start in such a new life. Jimmie was greeted by Katie even before he reached the kitchen door through which he ordinarily entered. She was playing in the garden, coming down from the side of the house where she had undoubtedly been tending to her burgeoning sunflowers. "Jimmie," Katy said with the same pleasure she always displayed on seeing him. "How are them sunflowers of yours coming along, Katy?" he asked and peered down at the bonny little girl with the ash-colored hair, so like her father's. "They have grown this much since you were last here," Katy said with pride as she displayed the growth spurt of the sunflowers between thumb and forefinger, leaving a gap of half an inch. "Well, that sure is good news. I reckon you must be a natural." "Yes," Katy said, nodding vigorously in agreement. "Is your sister home?" "Yes, she's in the kitchen with Ma." Katy was already turning away from him. "Better go and check the sunflowers again," she said and darted away as Jimmy laughed quietly to himself. He tapped lightly on the kitchen door and opened it, bobbing his head around and smiling at Grace and Janet. "Come on in, Jimmy," Grace said with a warm smile. "Hello, Jimmy." Janet, on the other hand, seemed far less at ease with his sudden appearance than he would have expected. "Slow day at the diner?" Jimmy asked with a wince before smiling and sitting down at the kitchen table. "No, it was just fine," Janet said and looked down at the tabletop. "Is everything all right?" "Help yourself to peach tea, Jimmy," Grace interjected with a somewhat extreme brightness. "I'm just going to check on Katy. You'll find her by the sunflowers." Jimmy laughed but felt curiously flat all of a sudden. The moment Grace left the kitchen, a silence fell, and Jimmy wondered what on earth had happened. The air itself felt grave and serious and Janet looked even more so. But worst of all, she seemed to be unable to meet his eye. "Janet? Is something wrong?" "I'm all right," she said, and he recognized the deflection. "That's not what I asked," Jimmy said and waited for her to respond. When she didn't, he went on. "Look, I just called by to see if you wanted to go to the barn dance on Saturday. I thought it might do something about that boredom of yours. I reckon it's been a month or two since we last went." "I can't." Janet looked suddenly panic-stricken and her cheeks were flaming red. "Janet, what is it?" "Something's happened, I can tell." "Oh, Jimmy. I don't know if I can talk to you about it, that's all," she said, and her expression did nothing to dissolve the growing unease. She looked so forlorn that Jimmy would have given anything to put an end to whatever it was she was suffering. He couldn't bear to think of her feeling upset, whatever the reason. Jimmy wanted to get up from the table and scoop her into his arms. It was something he'd never done, although he had thought about it often enough. "Janet, you can talk to me about anything. You've always been able to do that. We're friends, aren't we?" He stared across the table at the top of Janet's head as she continued to look down miserably. "Yes, we're friends. I hope we'll always be friends," she mumbled, and Jimmy's mouth went dry. There was something about the phrase which held a sort of finality, an ending. He was torn between needing to know more and closing his eyes and ears to whatever was coming next. "But," Jimmy said and was surprised by his determined tone. "Jimmy, someone else already asked me to go to the barn dance with them." Janet spoke on the draft of a long-held breath, the words propelled from her by force. Jimmy felt strangely aware of his own stomach, of exactly where it sat in his abdomen. He knew he should make some reply. He should say something which would diminish his appearance of shock and hurt. It would do him no good to wallow in the pit of his unwelcome feelings and have her know it. The truth was, he didn't know what to feel. He didn't know what name to give it. It was painful, whatever it was, and its existence in his body made him feel angry. Not angry with Janet, just angry. "I see," he said after a pause that was far too long. "So, who are you going with?" "It's nobody you know," she said and, although she was far from her old self, she seemed relieved to have the larger part of her admission out of the way. "He's new in town is all," and came into the diner. "I guess we got to talking and he asked me to the dance. That's all. I mean, it's nothing serious, it's just a dance." Finally, she looked up at him, and one look into those bright green eyes was enough to let Jimmie know that it was not a simple nothing. Maybe it wasn't serious, not yet, but it was clear that it had the potential to be. Any relationship had the potential to become serious after all. Except, apparently, the one he had with Janet. Jimmie felt somehow diminished by the whole thing, as if sitting there with her somehow made him less of a man. He didn't want to be her friend, sitting there on the edge of her life, smiling and nodding as she gave him all the details. He wanted to rail against it. He wanted to berate himself for not being man enough to make his feelings known sooner. Why had he been so content to let their friendship roll along in the same old way for so long when he'd known for more than a year that he was in love with her? It was either a lack of courage or laziness. Neither one of those traits was appealing. "You look angry," Janet said sheepishly. "But I can go out wherever I like and with anyone I choose." Her defensiveness was creeping in, and he hadn't even said a word. "Of course, you can. And I don't have to get your permission, Jimmie. We're only friends, that's all." Nice words. "Why don't you just screw years of friendship up into a ball and toss it over your shoulder, Janet?" He felt angrier still. Not only was he hurt, but now he was being blamed for it, as if he had no right to ask a single question. He rose to his feet. "Where are you going?" she asked, and sounded as much at a loss as he felt. He knew he cared for her more than this, but he couldn't just fall into caring about her feelings when his had been trampled over without warning. "I'm getting out of here." "Why?" He could already see that she was regretting her phrasing. If only he could let it go instead of taking it to heart and letting it grow and grow. "Janet, since we're only friends, why do you care?" "Don't be that way, Jimmie. You know me well enough to know I'm just tripping over my words, and that's all. You know how much I care about you." Tears rolled down her face now, and Jimmie knew they were real. She looked devastated, and Jimmie knew he was on the verge of blowing the whole thing, of losing her forever if he didn't take a bit of time for thinking and sorting through it all. Was he really going to blast out of there and turn his back on her? What if this really was nothing more than a one-time trip to the barn dance? Could he really trample on his own chances just to give his pride free rein? "I know, Janet. I know." He remained standing but made no move to leave. He was coming to his senses, the shock and disappointment wearing off a little, and he would do everything in his power to keep his cool. "Please don't just turn against me as if I'm doing something wrong." "I know I'm not, I'm just living my life." "Sure." He nodded and wished he had some clever argument, but he did not. "And maybe it's time you lived your life too. You're a handsome man, a real nice man. You could find someone just like that." She smiled at him and clicked her fingers, and he had never felt more miserable in his whole life. "I guess." He smiled back, although it hurt his face to do so. "You never know, maybe I'll find a girl this Saturday at the barn dance." He tried to laugh and hoped it was light enough to be even a little bit convincing. "Yes," she said, and now it was her turn to look unsettled. So, she didn't want him to be at the barn dance. And maybe it would be better for him if he stayed away altogether. Did he really need to see the man who had knocked him clean out of the way? Did his pride really want that kind of battering? But all the questions in the world would make no difference. Jimmy Dalton needed to get a look at the man, whoever he was. He needed to see it with his own eyes, and, if there really was no chance of real love between him and Janet, no future whatsoever, then he reckoned he needed to get a hold of that idea sooner rather than later. And if that was the case, then why not find a girl of his own? This was his town too, and if he wanted to go to the barn dance on Saturday and find a pretty girl to dance with, he'd do just that. Well, I reckon I'll leave you to it, Janet. I've had a long day out on the ranch, and a good meal and rest are what I'm after right now. He nodded and smiled in his ordinary style, suddenly proud to have at least an appearance of unconcern about him if nothing else. Maybe I'll see you at the barn dance. And if I don't, you have yourself a fine time. He finally turned for the door. Thank you, she said with relief. Good night, Jimmie. Good night. Chapter 5. Janet had spent the rest of the week running over the conversation she'd had with Jimmie. Her emotions had swung wildly from being determined that her life was none of Jimmy Dalton's business to knowing that their long friendship should mean more to her than blaming him would suggest. The truth was, Janet rested largely between the two ideas. She had craved change and excitement, but she would never have wanted to hurt her old friend in any way. She didn't want a single thing to change between them, but, seeing Jimmie's initial reaction, Janet began to wonder if such a thing was possible. Perhaps she was expecting too much of him. But then he had recovered himself, or seemed to, and had even talked of a little excitement of his own. Janet had felt relieved. The conversation had been had, and Jimmie had come out of it relatively unscathed. And, of course, Janet wanted nothing but the very best for her old friend, and she would be delighted if he found a little excitement in his own life, just as she had done. Wouldn't she? Now, you're a sight for sore eyes, Miss Janet Lacey. Came the deep tone of Ray Burnett to shoehorn her out of her reverie. She was waiting outside the now-closed diner, just as they had arranged, although she had arrived a little early. Janet had been making her preparations all afternoon, her excitement starting to eclipse the disquiet she felt whenever she thought of Jimmie. She had tried on just about every pretty dress she had hanging up, which had been something of a tiring experience, and had pinned her hair up this way and that until she settled on a simple style that she had always liked and always been complimented on. With her curls tamed into shiny ringlets, Janet had swept her hair up at the front and pinned it high, leaving her long ringlets free to cascade down her back. And she had chosen her favorite pale blue dress with a very pretty mixture of tiny dots and flowers to give the fabric interest. It fit her really well, especially when she teamed it with two bright and full petticoats which made the dress flounce about her ankles as she walked. Grace had been complimentary but reserved, and Janet knew why. Sensing a tension between Janet and Jimmie, Ma Grace had done what she always did. She asked what was wrong and offered a listening ear. But when Janet had told her about Ray Burnett, Grace had seemed not only taken aback, but a little quieter than she might ordinarily have been. It was as if she too needed to take a little time to digest the news. In the end, feeling a little awkward, Janet had set off sooner than planned, and hence she had arrived early. "Thank you, Ray." Janet smiled happily, pleased to see him there to finally rescue her from her strangely awkward solitude out the front of the closed diner. "I hope you're ready for a mighty fine evening." He smiled lazily at her, making her heart pound with excitement. She was pleased to feel an emotion that wasn't dull or guilt-ridden as they set off down the road towards the town barn. Ray held out his arm and Janet took it gladly, almost defiantly, as if to show her duller feelings exactly who was boss. "I am certainly ready for a fine night, Ray. It seems to have been a long week." "It seemed like a long wait to get me here, I must admit." Ray turned to smile at her as they walked. "Even though you came into the diner every day?" Janet laughed. "I reckon that made it worse." He winked at her and her heart leaped up to beat with some pressure in her throat. There was plenty of other folk out in the town that evening, most of them couples and most of them clearly on their way to the town barn dance. For the first time ever, Janet really felt as if she were a part of it, a young woman with her handsome beau and her hopes and dreams bouncing giddily in the direction of a merry night. She'd been to the barn dance countless times before, mostly with Jimmie, and mostly to spend the evening chattering with old school friends and dancing the night away. And it had been fun, really fun. But fun in a safe way, a familiar, warm, and cozy way. Tonight was new ground for Janet. Ray Burnett, older, wiser, and a free-roaming cowboy with more confidence than could be stuffed into his broad-brimmed hat. He was certainly not a man she would describe as either safe or familiar. And it was all part of the appeal. Ray was a break from the normal, a whole new path to wander down. "You're teasing me, Ray," Janet said with less shyness than she'd felt on their first meeting. Ray really had called into the diner every day, if only to talk to her for a few minutes before he set off again. And she had been glad of it, knowing it had eased her nervousness no end before the big night itself. Maybe a little. But I sure did come into the diner every day for a reason. And what was that? Janet asked shyly. A pretty girl like you must get attention every single day. Every hour. I just wanted to make sure you'd remember me. He leaned forward and kissed her forehead without warning. If she'd had time to register the intimate little maneuver, it might well have taken her breath away. But it had all happened so fast that, by the time they made their way into the lively barn, Janet had begun to wonder if it had happened at all. "Sure is a fair old crowd in here tonight," he almost had to shout over the band of enthusiastic fiddlers, the banging of boots on floorboards as the dancing got underway, and the whoops of delight from all present who seemed intent on enjoying the evening. "It's always like this," Janet said and smiled into the crowd. "I thought you said this was a boring town. It sure doesn't look like a place where nothing happens." He grabbed her arm and carted her off to the dance floor with such gusto Janet squealed with surprise and delight. As he spun her around in a much more expert manner than his claims to be a poor dancer had previously suggested, Janet wondered why it felt so different in the barn. She was no stranger to the dance and she had been right when she'd said that the crowd was pretty much the same as it had ever been. And yet to her, they seemed livelier. She could feel the excitement in the air for a change and she could easily see enjoyment in the faces of the folks she and Ray were dancing with. Being a little taken aback, Janet came to the conclusion that she could see the excitement of others now because she was feeling it for herself. She could identify it now instead of looking past it. And she was as sure as she could be that Ray Burnett was the cause of it all. If anyone was responsible for making life exciting, it was the handsome cowboy, no doubt about it. Jimmie had been in the barn since the first of the revelers had come bounding in to start their evening. He could feel the familiar hum of good feeling that always made itself known in the town barn on dance night and, as always, he found his spirits lifted on account of it. And despite himself too, for Jimmie had felt like a stranger in his own body for days on end. Ever since Janet had chosen someone else over him, he'd found every day seeming to lose its point, its meaning. Work had been grueling for the first time he could remember, each day seeming long. As Janet would say, every day was so boring it felt 40 feet long. Janet had always made him laugh with her firmly given declarations, often wild but spoken so vehemently that they appeared to be facts. She was the very queen of exaggeration at times, but she was so light-hearted and funny that he'd always enjoyed that aspect of her personality. And knowing that, Janet had always played up to it, adding to her performance just to make Jimmie laugh. He smiled to himself and found a hay bale to settle down on for a while to watch the little groups coming in through the wide-open wooden door. Jimmie wanted to top up his mood, to hold on to the feeling of energy he always sensed at that gathering. And, as tough as it was to seep through, it was working just a little. "Howdy, Jimmie." He looked up to see Laura Gavel smiling down at him. In his mind, he always thought of Laura as Laura Price, using her maiden name as Grace Lacey always did. He knew that the two women were the best of friends and that they had traveled the arduous Oregon Trail from back east together some years before. "Mrs. Gavel, how are you going along?" Jimmie grinned up at her. "Oh, don't you go making me feel old, Jimmy Dalton." "It's Laura." "Sure thing, Laura," he said. "Can I get you something to drink or is Cole here with you?" "Thank you, dear, but Cole sure is here and lining up to get me some fruit punch as we speak." She sat herself down on the hay bale next to him. Laura had married Cole Gavel a few years ago and he and Janet, just 13 at the time, had enjoyed the wedding celebrations immensely. They had danced and sneaked a little of the punch with liquor in it and had a roaring time throughout, so much so that when he thought about it now as an adult, it seemed like a celebration of their friendship rather than the nuptials of Laura and Cole. "Looks like it's going to be a fine night," Jimmie said and tried to sound like his old, enthusiastic self. "How are you holding up?" Laura asked and winced a little. "I mean, well, Grace said something, you know." "Oh, I'm just fine." He looked over to the line of folks waiting for a drink and suddenly hoped Cole was at the front of it and soon to be returned to his wife. It wasn't that he minded Grace saying anything because he knew it would only come from a place of worrying about him and caring for him. And even Laura's mention of it was something he could look on in the same way. It was just that talking about it made it real and that was the last thing he wanted. "You know she cares for you so much, Jimmie," Laura went on awkwardly. "Yeah." He nodded. "She does. We're real good friends and I guess that's what friends do." "It is." She seemed diverted by his statement, but not for long. These things have a way of working themselves out in the end. "I guess whatever happens, happens." Jimmie looked at the line of people waiting for drinks again wistfully. "What I mean is, sometimes a person has to almost lose something to be able to see clearly into their own hearts." She patted his hand in an almost motherly way. "I already know what's in my heart." Jimmie had spoken the words before he'd had a chance to stop them. "I'm not talking about you," Laura said and looked over to where Janet was walking in on the arm of a man, her beautiful face a picture of excitement. "Just you wait and see." Laura rose from the hay bale and smiled warmly. Her husband was beginning to work his way back through the now heavy crowd with a drink in either hand. He was jostled all the way, spilling much of the fluid before he reached them, but he was the kind of man who took it in good part. "Howdy, Jimmie." Cole beamed. "I'd have fetched one for you, but I've only got 2 hands." He laughed. "I already have one." Jimmie nodded to the floor where a half-drunk cup sat at his feet. Feeling awkward to remain seated while his company stood, Jimmie scooped up his drink and got to his feet. The three of them fell into conversation for which he now found himself grateful. To have been sat alone while Janet was whirled energetically about the dance floor would have made him feel suddenly exposed, as if his feelings were right there for all to see. "And how are things at Darcy's?" Cole Gavel asked, referring to the immense ranch Jimmie had worked on since finishing with his learning at 14. "Just fine, Cole. Busy as always, and Drake Darcy is increasing his herd all the time." Jimmie was pleased to have something else to focus on. It was hard not to let his eyes stray to the dance floor now and again, however, for he had finally recognized the man Janet was dancing with. He was one of the cowboys who had just come to town to work. He'd heard they'd come down from the north of Oregon looking for work and had only seen them in passing down on the ranch. For the most part, they spent endless hours wandering the vast plains in the hot sun where so many free-roaming cattle wandered. So, all it took to make the world exciting for Janet was a cowboy. A man who did just what Jimmie did all day long, essentially. A man who rode horses and rounded the herds. And yet to look at her face, to see the life there in her eyes, he might have been a gold prospector or a magic man. Yep, that would explain the sudden appearance of cowboys from out of town, Cole said in response, drawing Jimmie's attention back to the conversation. As the evening went on, a few more folk added themselves to the little party Jimmie found himself in, each of them asking where Janet was before being quietly informed that she was there, just with someone who wasn't Jimmie. Jimmie really wanted to just leave, but he had painted himself into a corner by even attending in the first place. All his time spent convincing himself he had every right to be there seemed wasted now. And his idea that he was only going to find a girl of his own was, he knew, nowhere near the truth of why he was really there. Jimmie had gone to see for himself, to convince himself that Janet was just making a mistake. He wanted to see the competition and, now that he had, Jimmie felt worse than ever. It didn't matter that Jimmie was the taller, the broader, and the younger man. It was all just shallow, of no consequence at all because, despite all he'd thought that went in his favor, Janet still preferred the cowboy. She wanted to spend her time with Ray Burnett, a man she didn't even know if she could trust. He was older, he was more worldly and traveled, and he'd probably whirled no end of bright-eyed Janets across many a dance floor in countless towns. And none of it made a difference now. "Don't look so glum," Laura Gavel whispered into his ear, surprising Jimmie. "There's more than one pretty girl with her eye on you tonight." She seemed triumphant as she nodded her head in the direction of two local girls, both of whom seemed to be studying him appreciatively. "Oh, I don't know if that's such a good idea," Jimmie said, feeling deflated by the very thing he'd hoped to achieve. Now that he had the opportunity, it felt more like a complication he could live without. "It's just a dance, Jimmie. As far as I am aware, the Reverend is not in attendance tonight. You won't have to marry anyone." Laura laughed, and Jimmie joined in. Maybe she was right. "Well, I guess it couldn't hurt," he said and turned to nod a silent greeting to the girls. Chapter 6. Janet and Ray had been up on the dance floor for more than half an hour and she found herself growing more thirsty and tired by the minute. Ray seemed to have boundless energy, laughing and smiling as he twirled her this way and that. And, despite the minor physical strain, Janet was enjoying herself thoroughly. It was as if she had let go of everything, the tedium of the town, the long days at the diner, everything. Nothing existed beyond the very center of the barn and the dancing, and Ray. It all seemed dreamlike to her and Janet realized that she finally had the exciting romance that she had always longed for. Ray really was a good dancer and she made a mental note to give him a good telling off later for telling her otherwise. Maybe he was just modest, although his bright-eyed confidence, so freely displayed, would tend to refute that. The carefree feeling of the evening, however, came to an abrupt end when she caught sight of Jimmie standing with a group of people which included one of her mother's dearest friends, Laura Gavel. To anybody else looking at Jimmie, he would have seemed much as he ever did. Content, engaging, a part of things. But to Janet, the person who knew him better than anybody, he looked anything but. She could see his discomfort, his gentle nods as he talked to people who were undoubtedly asking where the old friend who seemed never to leave his side was that evening. And his determination to angle his body slightly away from the dance floor told Janet very clearly that he had already seen her there and did not want to look any longer. If only there was some way to enjoy life, to accept something new and exciting, without the feeling of having to let go of everything that was old and comfortable. Why couldn't she have Ray and Jimmie in her life, each of them occupying a separate space? She felt dull suddenly, knowing that it was far from fair to expect Jimmie to simply fit in wherever he could. Sure, she did not have to stitch herself to Jimmy Dalton forever, but he had an equal right to turn away from what he did not want to look at. That was just the way of things. But it didn't stop her missing him, for she already did. This was the first time she had seen him since the awkward, anxiety-ridden conversation around the kitchen table just days before. And even though she had been relieved to have spoken the words, to have told him everything, Janet found she hadn't slept any better that night than she had done on the ones previous. Even the following day, Janet had almost determined to head over to the Dalton place after she had finished at the diner. She planned to just sit there with his father until Jimmie returned home from a long day at Drake Darcy's ranch. But even as she had planned to go, Janet wondered if she would be doing nothing better than tipping salt into an open wound. She would just be going to make herself feel better, to set eyes on the friend she had seen every day of her life for year upon year. It was selfish, and she knew it. Jimmie was a quiet man, one who kept much of what went on inside to himself, and she knew that he needed time to think, to work through things. And she owed him that much, at least. "What's the matter, darlin'?" Ray said, putting a halt to their dance as he pulled her toward him. "Why do you look so down all of a sudden?" "I'm not down at all, Ray," Janet lied as she smiled brightly. "I just guess I'm getting tired is all." "You can't keep up with an old man, then?" Ray said and began to move her about the floor again, although much more gently and sedately this time. "You're not an old man, Ray." Janet was suitably diverted, if not entirely diverted. "You can't be any more than 26, 27, she said and raised her eyebrows. "Well, that will do as a compliment." 28. Ray chuckled. "So, do you want to give up on the dancing for a while?" "No, maybe just a few more minutes, huh?" Janet was determined to leave the dance floor in the happy mood she had entered it with. She wanted to chase away whatever it was sitting in the pit of her stomach trying to get her attention. A few more minutes dancing and concentrating hard on the handsome cowboy was, she hoped, sure to be enough to return her bright spirits. "Whatever you say." Ray began to lead her this way and that with a little more gusto. But, despite the bright smile on her face and her very best efforts, Janet couldn't stop her gaze wandering over to where Jimmie stood time and time again. It was just a little look here and a little look there, but it was enough to give room to the uneasy feeling she was trying to dispel. And her secret study of her old friend almost turned her upside down entirely when she saw him cross the barn to speak to Beth Standfast. Beth had been in the schoolroom with them both, albeit a couple of years younger. But now, at 17, she certainly had become one of the town's prettiest girls, with her shining dark hair and large brown eyes. Janet stared at them intently, watching Beth's contented expression and staring at Jimmie's back, as if his very posture would somehow give her a clue as to what he was feeling at that moment. But Ray moved her again, taking her a little deeper into the crowd of dancers, obscuring her view of her friend altogether. It wasn't until some minutes later that she saw Jimmie and Beth on the very edge of the dance floor. She tried to convince herself that Jimmie had only asked Beth as a means of upsetting her, but he was clear across the dance floor from her, only coming into view now and again. If he'd wanted to make a point, Janet reckoned that he would have come a lot closer to make it. "What's so interesting?" Ray asked, still smiling even though Beth was sure there was an edge to his voice. "Nothing, Ray." She dragged her gaze away from Jimmie and stared most determinedly into Ray's handsome face. "I guess I just am not able to keep up." She laughed. All right then, time for a drink? I reckon so, since you've had me up on my feet dancing for nearly an hour. She took his arm and he led her to a hay bale on the long side of the barn. She sat down and realized just how exhausted she was, and how thirsty. So, I'll go and get us something to drink. He grinned. Just don't you go leaving me, d'ye hear? As if I would do that, Janet said, feeling pleased once again to have the full attention of the handsome cowboy. Just the fruit punch for me. I mean, not the one with liquor in it. Come on, live a little, he said in a cajoling tone. No, just the fruit, she said with a broad grin and watched him head off to join the back of the long line of folks waiting for drinks. As soon as she saw him take his place in the queue, immediately setting up a little conversation with the man just ahead of him, Janet stared back onto the dance floor. She scoured the dancers for any sign of Jimmie with Beth Standfast but could find none. She looked back to where he had been standing earlier and, although she could see Laura and Cole Gavel, Jimmie was noticeably absent. For some reason, her mouth went dry and she felt a swell of sensation in her chest as the thought struck her that Jimmie had left. Once again, she scoured the room, this time looking for Beth. The barn was packed to the rafters and, in spite of herself, Janet rose from the hay bale to her feet as if to get a better look. It was suddenly more important to her than anything that one or the other of them still be in the barn. She would just have to wonder why that was later. Are you having a good night? As if he had been placed there by some miracle, Jimmie was suddenly at her side. He looked all about the dance floor as well as if wondering what on earth Janet was looking for. Yes, thank you, Janet said a little formally as relief swept over her. I mean, yes, real good. And you? Once again, her eyes darted this way and that, perhaps Beth had gone. The idea gave her some small amount of comfort. Good enough, but it's been a long week and I reckon I'm going to call it a night. A man can only stand so much excitement, right? He grinned and looked so much like his old self that Janet wondered what could have caused the sudden upturn in his spirits. Well, good night, he said and nodded before turning to leave. I saw you dancing with Beth Standfast, Janet said, stopping Jimmie in his tracks before she could do anything to keep it all to herself. Yes, we had a dance. He nodded. I guess I'll be on the way now. But where is Beth? Janet immediately regretted the question. And where is Ray Burnett? He looked annoyed with her for the first time. Well, he's just gone to get me a drink. Good night, Janet. Are you leaving with Beth? Do you see Beth? Now Jimmie looked furious, and it didn't make her feel any better to know that he had every right to be. Well? I don't, I just wondered if she'd gone on ahead. Why? I don't know. Look, just forget it, Janet snapped back at him although she knew that her anger was only for herself, not Jimmie. I'll leave you to your night. Just be careful. What do you mean? Janet's tone was still harsh, and she wished she could rein it in. Well, he's an older guy, right? Just remember that he is no stranger to new towns and barn dances and wide-eyed girls. That is absolutely none of your business. Janet knew that she was being unreasonable. And it is absolutely none of your business who I dance with or who I leave with, he said and turned again, pausing after just a few steps to return to her. Look, I don't want this, Jimmie said, lowering his tone to something gentler, barely audible over the dancing, music, and shouting. I don't want to be arguing with you every time I see you. We never behaved like this before, did we? No, we didn't. Janet blinked hard as she felt tears spring to her eyes. So, You just go on having a good night, right? Let's not be enemies, huh? He smiled at her and reached out to lay a hand on her shoulder for just a moment. And take care. I mean generally, altogether, just take care. He smiled warmly, just as he would have smiled at her on any other day of the week for as long as she could remember. You too, she said, still blinking. As Jimmie walked away, she watched him go. In many ways, she wished they'd left things on an argument, for now she just felt sad, as if something had ended, and she would have given anything to have a little indignation to fall back on. He works up at Drake Darcy's ranch, doesn't he? Ray appeared suddenly at her side, so suddenly that Janet jumped. Yes, he does, Janet said, and realized she sounded a little guilty, as if she had been caught out. She knew it was ridiculous, but there was something about the way Ray studied her that made her blush, and not in the way he ordinarily made her blush. So, what did he want? Ray went on, standing in front of her with a cup of fruit punch in each hand. Just to ask if I was having a good night, that's all. And are you? Ray's broad grin returned with striking handsomeness. I sure am. Janet smiled, determined to forget not only the words of the last few minutes, but the feelings. So, do I get my drink at last? She held out her hand. You sure do. Just 2 sips were enough to tell Janet that Ray had plumped for the liquor-rich version of the fruity beverage, and she winced her complaints silently. Come on, live a little, he said, and took her hand, sitting them both down on the hay bale. Aren't you the one who complained that this town is boring? I guess, she said, and looked doubtfully down into the cup. Or maybe you'd like to just leave early like your friend there. He looked towards the barn door after an imaginary Jimmie. No, I don't, she said, still struggling with her feelings. Suddenly, something of her old spirit came back and seized her, and she was thirstily drinking down the entire cup without thinking about it. She was determined to enjoy her night, to get every bit of excitement out of her first romantic evening with a handsome man. And she wasn't going to let Jimmy Dalton stand in her way. Chapter 7. Come on, Janet. Just get yourself into your nightgown. The best thing you could do right now is to get into that bed and pretend to be asleep before your daddy gets back. Do you hear me? It was the first time in a long time that Grace had sounded exasperated with her stepdaughter. I don't feel so good, Janet complained loudly. Well, whose fault is that? Grace, seeming anxious to move things along, began to help Janet into her nightgown when she seemed set to stand still for the rest of the night. Everything is moving, Janet said as she watched the jug of flowers on the little table by the window seem to wander along in front of her eyes before shooting back to where they were originally, before beginning to wander again. As far as she was concerned, it was just about the worst feeling in the world. She felt disorientated and nauseous, and she silently vowed that she would never touch another drop of hard liquor for the rest of her life. What possessed you, Janet? And why are you so late? Your daddy's already been out there half an hour looking for you, and I can't imagine he's going to be very happy when he gets back. Grace, you have to help me. I don't want to fall out with Daddy. Look, he'll be annoyed, that's all. There's no need for you to go looking frightened. You have a better daddy than most, and I hope you appreciate that when he goes easier on you than most. But he's still going to be mad. Of course, he is. You are an hour and a half late. And it's not as if you are out with Jimmie either. Oh no, not Jimmie again. It wasn't the first time that Grace and Janet had discussed Jimmie since Ray had come on the scene. I've had enough of Jimmie for one night. Be that as it may, your daddy trusts Jimmie, he knows Jimmie. He knows nothing about this cowboy of yours. Ray. Ray Burnett, Janet said, high on her dignity but sounding somewhat ridiculous given that her words were so slurred. The same Ray Burnett who didn't pick you up from the house and didn't return you to it either, Grace said significantly. He did see me home, Ma Grace. Janet closed her eyes to keep the sight of the jug of flowers at bay. But even with her eyes closed, there was still a dreadful sensation of movement. Right to the gate, actually. But not to the door. Ma Grace, don't get on at me so. And I asked him to meet me in the town. I didn't want him to come here. And why is that? What do you see wrong in this man that you wouldn't want your daddy to see? That you wouldn't want me to see? I just didn't want to feel your disapproval. Why? What is there to disapprove of? Grace asked cautiously. That he isn't Jimmie, Janet said, and Grace fell silent. Of course, there were one or two other reasons she hadn't wanted her parents to meet Ray straight away. Being almost a decade older was not going to help his cause as far as her father was concerned, and his handsome, smiling confidence would undoubtedly be something that Grace mistrusted until she had reason to think otherwise. And Janet knew, deep down, that she ought to be grateful. Her parents cared for her so much it almost broke her heart. She just wanted to be sure about Ray, and to have enough to tell them of the good in him before they settled down to decide for themselves. All right, I understand. And I'm sorry, because you need to make your own choices in this world, regardless of what I would want, or your daddy would want. I suppose what I'm trying to say is that, as long as you're safe, we will be happy. And as long as you're happy, truly happy, and that's all. I guess it's just something we're all going to have to adjust to. I suppose I thought that Jimmy Dalton would be sitting around my kitchen table forevermore. I guess I didn't see that things would change. But it's your life, not mine, Grace said gently and helped Janet finally get into bed, pulling the blankets up around her and tucking her in as if she was still a girl of 12. Thank you, Ma Grace, Janet said sleepily. Just make sure you keep talking to me, all right? Don't hide Ray Burnett from me just because you think I won't understand. I'm your ma, aren't I? You sure are. Janet felt the strange belt of emotion, heightened, she gathered, by the alcohol. Daddy is going to be so mad when he finds out that I'm as drunk as a skunk. Maybe he doesn't need to find out, Grace said, and Janet felt a stab of hope through the haze of alcohol. You can just settle down to sleep and I'll say that you came in just a few minutes after he went out. I'll tell him that you just got to talking to your new friend and lost track of time. If I say that you're already asleep, there won't be any need for him to know about the drinking. Just promise me you'll be careful about that sort of thing in future. I will, really, Janet said and was determined in her own right. But as drunk as she was, Janet still had enough capacity to feel guilty. She hadn't done anything wrong, exactly, but she certainly hadn't lost track of time in conversation. Sure, she and Ray had been just about the last to leave the barn that night, but she hadn't done any hurrying to get back home. The world had already begun to spin a little, although not as much as it was now that the alcohol had fully taken a hold off her system. But she still knew what she was doing, even if it had all been a little blurry. Her determination to outrun the uneasy feelings of the evening had made her reckless. She had swallowed down 4 cups of the liquor-laced punch without another word of complaint to Ray. He'd walked her home slowly, and she had enjoyed the moonlit quiet as they went along arm in arm. But not as much as she had enjoyed the many minutes spent kissing as he held her there in his strong arms in the silvery moonlight. And if she had not been feeling so unsteady, it would have gone beyond simple enjoyment. It would have been a moment of wonder, the most exciting, thrilling thing of her young life. She determined there and then that the next time, she would be stone cold sober so that she might enjoy everything she had thought her first kiss would be. With her thoughts becoming confused, the only thing that was clear was the guilty feeling of having Ma Grace cover for her when she had behaved so willfully. Grace opened the window just a little before turning to leave the room. "Don't go, not yet," Janet said quietly. "All right, but as soon as I hear your daddy's horse, I'll have to go." "I had a fight with Jimmie," Janet said miserably as she remembered how angry he looked when she'd asked about Beth. "But I guess we worked it out," she said slowly, the memory of his warm smile and gentle touch as he'd left filtering back to her through the haze. "It's not going to be an easy thing for either of you." "I don't know, he seems to be getting over it all right," Janet said, a confusing image of Jimmie and Beth springing to her mind unhindered. "He spent enough time with Beth Standfast." "Well, I guess he couldn't have stood there on his own all night," Grace said, immediately leaping to Jimmie's defense. "Maybe not. But Laura was there, Laura and Cole. He was already standing with them, he wasn't on his own." Janet, already fighting sleep, was somehow determined to keep talking. "That's not really what I meant, honey." Grace looked over her shoulder at the door before cautiously sitting down on the end of Janet's bed. "His pride's properly hurting him a little, and you can't blame him for wanting to hang on to that, can you?" "But why should his pride be hurting?" "I didn't do anything to him, Grace. It's not like we were together, were we?" "I know you weren't, I know you've always just been friends." "Then why do I feel like I've done something terrible?" "You most certainly haven't done anything terrible." Grace reached out for Janet's hand. "And you mustn't think that. And nobody thinks that of you, it's just like I said, we're all just going to have to get used to it. Not just me and your daddy, Jimmie too. It's not as if Jimmie ever said he loved me, is it?" Janet was barely hanging on to the thread of the conversation, although she was certain she had something important to say. "No, he didn't. But he does love you, Janet. Of course, he loves you, he is your friend, and I'm sure you love him too." "Yes, I do love him," Janet said, but screwed up her face confusion. "But it's different. It's not the same as with Ray Burnett." "Of course, it isn't, you haven't known Ray Burnett long enough to know how you feel about him. I just want a chance to have a different life. As long as you work out exactly what it is that's wrong with the old one." "I don't understand." "Before you run headlong into something, find out what it is you're running from." "I'm not running from anything," Janet said defiantly. "I just want to have excitement and romance. You can understand that, can't you?" "Of course, I can, I am not as old as you think. I do remember what it all feels like, you know," Grace said humorously, and Janet was grateful to her for the easing of tensions. "But I also know it's a time in everybody's life when they don't exactly think in a straight line. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, or a good thing, it's just something to remember. Just be aware of it before you go making any big choices that come to something, all right?" "I just wish that Jimmie was still my friend," Janet said, changing the subject and not by choice. She was so confused. Her eyes were closed now, and the sensation of movement was making her feel exhausted. "He's still your friend," Grace said reassuringly. "Just give him a little bit of time." "He thinks I'm bad," Janet said, sounding like a child. "No, I'm sure he doesn't. Just be careful of his feelings, that's all." "The only way I can be careful of his feelings is to give up living the life I want." Janet sounded petulant even to herself. "No, it isn't." Grace chuckled. "I think that's the drink talking. I can't stay in the house forever so that I don't bump into him. Nobody is suggesting that you do. Just be careful of him, remember the years of friendship. I know you don't want Jimmie, you've made that real clear. But that doesn't mean that your responsibility ends there. Just put a little thought into everything you do and see that you don't humiliate him. Do you think I humiliated him by going to the barn dance? No, I don't. But if you treat him carelessly, that's exactly how he will feel. He's going to feel tender about it all at the moment, because he loves you. Things haven't worked out in the way he'd probably always expected them to, and that doesn't make it your fault, but since he's your friend, you still need to take his feelings into consideration. But I'm not going to give up Ray, Janet said, losing the thread of sensible conversation and finding herself just determined to have it confirmed that she could still live the life she wanted. No, just don't needlessly hurt Jimmie. I can't help thinking that you'll regret it in your heart later if you do. I've always been bad, haven't I? Janet said miserably, images of her youthful poor behavior toward Grace seeming to come at her one after the other. Now that really is the drink talking. Grace rose to her feet and straightened out the blankets once more. You have never been bad, never. I was bad when you first came here to live. No, you weren't bad, you were hurting. And sometimes when we are hurting we do and say things we don't mean. Grace leaned over the bed and Janet's eyes flicked open. Just remember that when you're dealing with Jimmie. Now and again he might say something he doesn't mean, but you have it in your heart to forgive it because you understand what it feels like. Grace kissed Janet's forehead and straightened up. I'm not bad then? No, you're not bad. You are drunk, and your daddy will be back at any moment. Then I should pretend to be asleep, shouldn't I? Janet said, her voice making her sound as if she already was. That's right, honey, Grace said gently before slowly walking out of the room. Janet didn't even hear her father come home. Her mind had been a world of disordered thoughts, contradicting feelings and ideas seeming to battle for control of her attention. What she knew for sure was that she would find some way, whatever it was, to keep a hold of her friendship with Jimmie. Over-emotional tears sprang from her closed eyes and ran down past her ears, soaking her pillow, as images of the two of them as children plagued her. She wasn't sure how she was going to manage it, and she knew she'd have to think about it all when she could think in a straight line, as Grace had put it. But for now, it took every ounce of effort she had to stop her world sliding along in one direction and then firing back quickly in the other. She opened one eye slowly and peered out at the bright moon on the other side of the window. But when it wandered across her vision only to fly back again, she shut her eyes tightly and gave in to sleep. Chapter 8. Janet was enjoying a day off. She had promised Grace that she would take a very excited Katie down into the town to choose some fabric for a new dress. They walked all the way hand in hand, with Katie chattering excitedly about the sort of fabric she might choose. With Grace's instructions that it should be nothing too frilly and the pattern shouldn't be too large or busy, Janet felt sure she was about to have a fight on her hands in the fabric store. She already envisioned her entire day spent arguing over bolts of fabric that Katie's 7-year-old self thought appropriate for everyday wear. Still, she loved Katie dearly and, fabric aside, was looking forward to spending the day with her. She would have taken her into the diner for a treat if she wasn't so pleased to be out of there for the day. I have always liked real big flowers, Janet. Like my sunflowers, big like that, Katie said in a wheedling voice. You know Ma said you cannot have huge flowers on your new dress, right? Janet said, stifling a laugh. But maybe there will be flowers that are not too big but are not too small either. Like maybe this size. She held out her thumb and forefinger, showing a distance of almost 2 inches. In terms of dresses, that is a big flower. Janet stooped over and kissed the top of her head. What about this size? Katie had only closed the gap a tiny amount and, As they continued to walk, she peered up at Janet hopefully. Maybe we should just wait and see what they have today. Janet diverted her little sister, not wanting to say no flat out. As soon as Katie spotted the fabric shop in the distance, she began to quicken her pace, almost dragging Janet along. Janet gave into it, humoring her and hurrying to keep up. Her eyes flew, as they always did, to Connie Langdon's boarding house. She passed it every day on her way to the diner and always looked up at it, feeling her little connection with Ray warm in her chest. And that day was no different. She stared up at all the windows as if she might see him standing in one of them, even though she knew fine well that he was already at work. As a cowboy, he and his two friends set off very early in the morning, already out on the plains by the time she rose every day, feeling that fresh air which only truly existed at such an ungodly hour. But still, Connie Langdon's boarding house was the place he laid his head, and she could not help but look. To her surprise, the front door of the boarding house opened, and Ray burst out through it. He hurried down the steps and onto the street, seemingly unaware that Janet was on the other side staring right at him. "Ray," she called out when it looked as if he would continue about his business without seeing her. He turned suddenly and looked at her for a moment as if he didn't quite recognize her. She tilted her head to one side and saw his expression soften as he darted across the street toward her. "I wasn't expecting to see you," he said brightly, although he very much looked as if he ought to be somewhere else. "I wasn't expecting to see you either." Janet laughed. "I'm just taking my sister to buy some fabric for a new dress." She looked down at Katie, who was looking up at Ray. "Oh right, I see." He looked down at Katie so briefly Janet wondered if he'd actually seen her at all. He looked distracted, peering over his shoulder from time to time, his customary ease seeming to have left him for a while. "Is everything all right?" Janet asked, concerned but not wanting to show it too much. They had only been walking out together for a few weeks, and it had seemed strange to her at first that a girl in her circumstances couldn't just ask any old question. She was so used to being in Jimmie's company, so used to being able to give voice to whatever it was that came into her mind, that it had been difficult to adjust to. But apparently, other men weren't so keen on that idea, preferring only to give information when they saw fit. It had bothered Janet at first until she realized that this was how things really were between men and women. It took time to get to know a person, and she was learning that she couldn't just ask something outright purely and simply because she wanted to know. "Yes, it sure is." He chuckled and seemed somewhat more like his old self. "I guess I overslept. I should already be out on the plains, and I was just about to tear down the street to grab my horse from the stables and get on with it before Drake Darcy realizes I'm not there." "What about John and Garrett? Are they late too?" Janet looked back to the boarding house confused. "No, looks like they went on ahead." "Leaving you to sleep?" "Well, that sure was hard of them. They could have given you a good shake, couldn't they?" Janet said, and was glad she had better friends than John and Garrett seemed to be. She knew that wasn't entirely fair, for both men had seemed perfectly decent men with nice manners every time she had encountered them in the diner. And as far as she knew, Connie Langdon didn't have any complaints about Ray's workmates. "Don't be too hard on them, honey. Sometimes I sleep like a log, a real big one who can't be shaken awake." "Well, I hope you don't get into much trouble when you get to Darcy's ranch." Janet smiled. "Me too." He chuckled again, leaned forward and kissed her quickly on the lips, and began to back away ready to leave. "I'd better get going." "Yes, of course," Janet said. "I'll see you later." Finally, he turned, and she watched with a dull feeling as he hurried away out of sight. "Who was that?" Katie asked. Janet looked down to see her little sister's disgruntled expression. "Oh, that was just Ray, honey." "Oh." Katie was clearly unimpressed. "Is something the matter?" Janet asked, but knew in her heart it was the way Ray had all but dismissed the child. Katie was the first member of Janet's family that Ray had met, and she had to admit she felt a little disappointed in how things had gone. She knew what a bright and inquisitive child Katie was, not to mention how sensitive, and she would have sensed the dismissal even if she couldn't yet put such things into words. "Why doesn't Jimmie come around anymore?" Although she seemed to have changed the subject, Janet realized that Katie, as young as she was just about grasping the thread of everything that had happened in the last weeks. "Well, I guess we've both been busy." "But you're still friends?" "Sure, we're still friends," Janet said, and wondered if that was true. She hadn't seen a thing of Jimmie since the barn dance a few weeks ago. She had been to 2 more barn dances since then, and Janet had expected to see him there. But he hadn't been, not once. The only comfort she had in it all was that Beth Standfast had been to both barn dances, dancing with different men each time. Although why she should feel comforted that Jimmie had nobody when she had Ray was a thought that made her so uncomfortable she had to shake it from her mind. "Is Ray your friend now instead of Jimmie?" Katie asked dolefully. "They are both my friends," Janet said, and wondered how on earth she was going to explain it all to a 7-year-old girl. "They're just my friends in different ways." "I don't understand." Katie looked suddenly miserable, as if she was on the verge of tears. "It's all right, honey. Everything is just fine, you don't have anything to worry about. And you will understand it when you're a little older, I promise." "All right," Katie said as a confusion she clearly didn't understand broke free along with her tears. "What's the matter? Come here." Janet stopped in the street and pulled her little sister into her arms, tilting her head back now and again to dry her tears. "I don't know what the matter is," Katie said and sniffed loudly. "Everything just feels different." "You'll get used to it, Katie." Janet squeezed her tightly and kissed her soft ash-colored hair. "What do you say we go and find just about the biggest flower print fabric Oregon has ever seen, huh?" "All right." Katie smiled, brightening a little, but Janet couldn't escape the feeling that the little girl was only doing so for her big sister's benefit. Summer was really making itself known now, and by late morning, the sun was already scorching the back of Jimmie's neck as he slowly walked his horse the length of the immense perimeter of Drake Darcy's ranch. It was his turn to check that all the fencing was in order, a task that was performed 2 or 3 times a week. Darcy had cattle keeping in his blood, inheriting the ranch from his daddy, who had inherited it from his daddy before him. He knew that attention to such details were the things which kept a ranch running well. The area was no stranger to rustlers, people who would painstakingly open up gaps in the fencing over the course of several nights to make the job of stealing so much easier not only to perform, but to get away with. And then, of course, there was the damage to the fencing often caused by the herd themselves. They were heavy beasts, and hardly delicate as they determinately scratched their rear ends against the thick wooden posts, sometimes almost uprooting them altogether. But Jimmie didn't mind the days when he was taken off the herd and given the solitary duty of checking the perimeter fencing. It gave him peace and quiet and time in which to think, even though that was something he really wanted in the last few weeks. But he knew he couldn't outrun his feelings forever, as well as he knew that an emotion not acknowledged was doomed to stay buried and make itself known at a later date. He'd learned that much a few years ago when he had lost his beloved mother. Jimmie had learned about grief early enough, and how to deal with it. As painful as it was, he'd still taken every available lesson from the experience. Now, as he deviated from the fencing to walk his horse down a steep bank to the river for a much-needed drink, he put those lessons into practice. In its own way, losing Janet the way he had been a bereavement of sorts. Not a death, obviously, but certainly the ending of things, a long friendship, a way of life. He'd spent several days in the beginning either denying his feelings or deciding they were something else altogether. He came up with instant schemes to get on with his life, even seriously considering Beth Standfast as the perfect girl for him in the days following that awful barn dance. "Come on, boy, time for a drink." He led his horse down the steep bank. He let go of the reins and watched his horse take a few steps into the water and majestically lean down to slurp noisily. "Beth's not the girl for me. At least not yet," he said quietly as if talking to his horse. "Janet's the only girl in my heart and I guess it's just gonna stay that way for a while. I'll just have to let it run its course, what do you think?" He chuckled to himself as his horse stared at him blankly. "Not going to answer? Come on then, back to work for us." When Jimmie reached the fencing at the most northerly point of the ranch, his attention was drawn out across the plains. In the distance he could see two cowboys and instantly recognized them as John and Garrett, the two men who had blown into town on Ray Burnett's coattails. As far as he was aware, they were decent enough men. The ranchers very rarely had much to do with the cowboys, since they always worked so far apart it was hardly as if they worked for the same establishment at all. And cowboys came and went. They were a seasonal break from the normal which Jimmie had hardly given a second thought to in the years he had worked for Darcy. As he continued to watch them rounding up a small but wild little bunch of free-roaming cattle, he wondered where Ray Burnett was. Surely, they should have been working as a team on the less than placid beasts. Still, what did he know? He'd never much bothered about the cowboys and the way they did things. Jimmie had always just gotten along with his own work, seeing out every day, sticking to his plan. For a moment, he almost allowed himself to wallow in the idea that Ray Burnett would not be in town forever. He was a cowboy, after all, and by nature they roamed from place to place. But he quickly realized that the sudden disappearance of Burnett wouldn't change whatever it was Janet was feeling in her heart. And if she had begun to fall in love with the man, there was a good chance she'd follow him wherever he went. Jimmie felt his heart plummet, but knew it was something he had to face. He couldn't just wallow in daydreams in which Ray left town and Janet came back to him. She had never been his in the first place, had she? As she had rightly pointed out, they were only friends. And barely that these days. With a sigh, he turned away from the plains to concentrate on his own work once again. It was then he saw none other than Ray Burnett cantering toward him. The man slowed a little as he approached and had a thunderous look on his face. "What are you doing up here?" Burnett said gruffly as if he owned the place and not Drake Darcy. "Perimeter fencing check. Happens 3 times a week." "Why do you ask?" Jimmie replied with equal gruffness. Who on earth did this man think he was? "The question is, what are you doing here?" Jimmie went on. "You work the plains, not the ranch as far as I'm aware." "I'm just making my way out onto the plains." Ray Burnett looked suddenly uncomfortable. "Well, don't let me stop you." Jimmie realized immediately that the man was late for work, extraordinarily late for work. No doubt he had snuck across the ranch lands from the east in the hope that he would be able to join John and Garrett without the boss seeing him. "Nobody needs to know that you've seen me here." The discomfort had gone from Ray's face and was replaced with pure aggressive antagonism. It was clear that he was seeking to intimidate the younger man, to bully him into silence. But the truth of the matter was Jimmie couldn't have cared less. He'd had no intention of running down to the boss and giving him a detailed account of what he'd seen and what his own suspicions were. In Jimmy's world, it didn't signify. I couldn't give a damn what you do from one day to the next, Burnett. If you've got something to hide, I couldn't summon the interest to go in search of it, so you have nothing to worry about, Jimmie said, and Ray looked taken aback. But don't you ever come striding across this ranch to threaten me again, do you hear? Jimmie might well have been the younger man by almost a decade, but he was also a little bigger, a little stronger, and had certainly never lacked for courage in his life. He wasn't a fighting man, but he was not a man to walk away either. If Burnett went out of his way to find trouble, Jimmie certainly wouldn't disappoint him. I'll be on my way. Burnett tried to sound bored, but Jimmie knew he'd rattled him. And, as childish as it might be, as he watched Burnett go, Jimmie took a few moments to enjoy the little victory. Chapter 9. The following day, Janet was just closing up at the diner when she felt a hand on her back. She shrieked and spun around to find herself looking at Ray. He was laughing heartily, obviously pleased and amused by the effect he had on her. "Oh, Ray," she said breathlessly. "You near scared me to death. You were miles away. What were you thinking about?" "Nothing, really," Janet said, but knew it was a lie. She'd been distracted ever since she saw Ray the day before, sensing something she couldn't quite get a hold of. Maybe it was just Katie and her young girl's lack of understanding, her tears, which were eating at Janet. Maybe it was disappointment at the way he had greeted the first of her family he'd met. Either way, she was beginning to wish she hadn't bumped into him at all the day before. She would have felt much more settled if she hadn't. "How did you get along yesterday with the fabric for your little sister's dress?" The question surprised Janet, for she hadn't thought for a moment that he'd even heard what she'd said about that. "Well, Katie was pleased," she said with a shrug. "But my ma less so when we got home." She thought of the blue fabric with the gaudy yellow flowers that Katie had picked and winced. Katie wanted big flowers, Ma wanted something much less showy and easier to pattern match. And Katie won? Ray laughed his rich, deep laugh, and reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Janet felt soothed suddenly, as if the disquiet of the last day or so had been gently washed away on the tide of Ray's laughter. His bright green eyes were narrow slits as he peered at her intently, his handsome features free of any hint of the agitation she had seen there the day before. She wanted to kick herself for the lousy night's sleep she'd had worrying about it all. Why had she thought there was anything to be concerned about? He'd kissed her, hadn't he? He'd explained his reasons for needing to hurry away. Janet reached for his hand, gently stroking the tan skin. She decided there and then not to look for monsters where there were none. No doubt things were just different when you were getting to know a man. Maybe years of Jimmy's company had given her the impression that life was something different than it really was. Whatever it was, she was just going to embrace the new way of life and stop worrying about every little thing. "Oh yes, Katie won." Janet laughed. "You know, I'm sorry I wasn't real talkative yesterday. Your little sister seems like a sweet girl." "Yes, she is very sweet, and very sensitive," Janet added, feeling protective of her sister in a way that clearly showed. "Well, you just tell her I'll make it up to her next time I see her, right?" He looked hopeful, his eyes widening in a way which made him look much less seductive and much more boyish than he had done a few minutes ago. "Sure, I'll tell her. And I'd like to make it up to you too." He stepped toward her, gently pushing her back just a little until she was leaning against the locked door of the diner. Janet felt suddenly a little breathless and overexcited, but also a little afraid that somebody might see them there. It was a balmy summer's evening and still very much broad daylight, and the streets were far from deserted at that hour. "Ray," she said and placed a steadying hand on his chest. You misunderstand me." He gave her a cheeky smile as he reached into his pocket. "I just wanted to give you this." He handed her a small velvet bag, so tiny that it easily fit in the palm of her hand. Janet looked up at him quizzically and then back down at the bag again. He was giving her a gift, and she didn't care what it was, she would treasure it forever. Without even opening the bag, Janet felt special. Whatever Ray had bought her, he had thought of her beforehand. It didn't matter if he was apologizing, or if he just wanted to buy her something nice. What mattered to Janet more than anything was the idea that Ray Burnett, the impressive, handsome cowboy, spent time in his day thinking about her. Janet had been thinking about him almost non-stop since the day he had first walked into the diner and winked at her. And, as exciting as it had been to spend all her time daydreaming about her new beau, she had wondered more than once if she had had anything like the same effect on him. "What is it?" she asked with wide-eyed wonder. "Well, open it and take a look." Ray chuckled, his hand resting on her waist. Janet opened the tiny velvet bag and tipped the contents out into her hand. It was a slim, delicate little chain with a neat, heart-shaped locket attached to it. "Oh, my goodness," Janet said and felt joyous tears spring to her eyes. "It's so beautiful, Ray. I reckon it'll be made more beautiful when you put it on." He took it from her, somehow managing to open the minute clasp between his giant fingers. He reached around her to fasten it about her neck, his face just inches from hers as he did so. She could feel his warm breath on her cheek as he worked and suddenly wanted to kiss him more than anything. No sooner had he fixed the necklace in place and leaned back to admire it than Janet leaned forward, placed a hand on either side of his face, and kissed him. "Take a walk with me," he said in a raspy voice. "Just down by the river." "All right, but I don't have long. My ma will be expecting me." She was irresistibly drawn to touch the tiny locket as it lay against the creamy skin of her collarbone. "I told you it would look more beautiful on you." Ray held her eyes for a moment, making her heart pound against her chest. Then he took her hand as they walked along the street. Janet had the most wonderful sense of belonging as they walked hand in hand. She didn't feel at all embarrassed to be holding a handsome man's hand in public, not like she would have been just weeks before. She felt different, older, a woman now that she had been given a piece of jewelry. That meant something, surely. On their way through the town to reach the path down to the Willamette River, they crossed paths with Connie. Her mother's aging friend smiled at Janet a little uncertainly before nodding at Ray. "Don't worry, Mrs. L., I'm only taking a walk with Janet here. I'll be back in time for dinner." He grinned broadly. "I wouldn't miss that now, would I?" "That is a fine compliment, Mr. Burnett," Connie said brightly, although Janet couldn't help but think there was something forced about it. "It's all true." Ray chuckled as they continued on their way. In no time at all, they were alone, enjoying the privacy of the tree-lined walk along that part of the riverbank. It was shady and cool, and a light breeze came off the rushing, wide river. Janet had always spent time down by the river, playing, even swimming, and generally looking for mischief with Jimmie. But this was the first time it had ever seemed to her like a magical place. It was secluded, it was cool and comfortable, and it was theirs. No sooner were they in the relative safety of the trees than Ray pulled her into his arms, digging his fingers into her hair and kissing her passionately. He had kissed her before, it was true, but never quite like this. Something about it gave Janet a sense of panic, and suddenly the cool seclusion of the riverbank was not quite as magical as it had seemed just moments before. She put both hands on Ray's chest and gently pushed. He immediately opened his eyes, stepped back, and looked at her. "Sorry," I guess I'm just not used to all this, Janet said apologetically as she blushed. I mean, I'll get used to it in time. I guess you're still young and I should have thought about that. So, come on, let's walk. He smiled again, clearly trying to hide his disappointment as he held out his arm for her to take. Come on, I promise you, you'll be quite safe. He chuckled, and it somehow returned the magical feeling to her, although perhaps not quite as forcefully as before. I really am sorry, Janet said again and felt extremely embarrassed. Like an inexperienced child, a fool, and she wondered what on earth Ray must think of her. After all, he'd bought her such a wonderful gift, an intimate gift, and she had behaved like a girl at her first barn dance. She hoped it wouldn't put him off her, but she knew that she couldn't just suddenly become someone she wasn't. Her sensible self told her that she acted like an inexperienced girl because that is exactly what she was. She was just 19 and had never had a romantic attachment in her life. And maybe Ray really should have given that some thought. After all, it was no secret that he was nearly 10 years older than she was. He already knew all this stuff, he'd already had years to get over the nerves and the embarrassment of it all. So, did you have a good day at work? He asked in a conversational tone. It was pretty much the same old thing. Same old pie, same old coffee, same old customers. Janet laughed and was pleased that he didn't seem at all angry with her. Maybe I'll just have to make more of an effort to come down from the plains in the middle of the day and keep you company. That sure would be nice, although I know you'd spend more time in the saddle than taking a rest and getting something to eat in the diner. It's worth it to me, Ray said, and Janet felt herself glowing. Not only had she not put him off her, but she began to wonder if he truly understood her misgivings, nervousness, and young heart. And if he did, that was the most wondrous thing in the world. It was more magical than the trees and the gentle whooshing of the river. I'd like that, Janet said, keen to let him know that she really was falling for him. So, how was your day? How were things out on the plains rounding up wild cattle? Good enough, I reckon. He smiled, but a little flash of concern clouded his green eyes. You know I work for Drake Darcy, don't you? Of course, I do. Just about every ranch hand in the area works for him. And cowboys, he said, keen to make his distinction. Yes, and cowboys. I reckon cowboys come here every summer with the idea of working at the Darcy Ranch. It sure does have a good reputation. And you like it? Janet asked, wondering for the first time what would become of them both when it was time for Ray to move on. Would he move on? Or would he find some way to stay there with her, maybe become a cowboy full-time for the Darcy Ranch? Maybe even work the ranch itself instead of the plains. She couldn't think about it all too long, for fear that she would simply end up imagining a very different scenario where he just upped sticks and left. Yeah, I do like it. Your friend works there, doesn't he? What's his name? Jimmie, is it? Ray asked and wrinkled his forehead in thought. Yes, Jimmie works there, Janet said and wished the subject of her old friend hadn't come up. How long's he been there? Since he was a boy of 14. So, 5 years more or less. I see. Ray looked thoughtful. So, I guess his boss likes him, or likes the work he does. It's a long time for a kid to keep a job like that. Well, he's not a kid anymore. Janet sounded a little defensive. Unless you think I'm a kid too. I mean, I'm just 19 like Jimmie is. No, I don't think you're a kid. He laughed amiably. Drake Darcy does like Jimmie, I suppose because he works so hard. He's got this plan, you see, to save up every penny and get his own ranch one day. Darcy knows it and gives him all the hours because he's such a good worker. She shrugged and realized she felt a little disloyal talking about Jimmie with Ray, even if it was to praise him. "Do you see much of Jimmie?" Ray asked, and Janet wondered if he might be a little jealous. "No, not anymore." "So, you did? I mean, were you?" Ray peered at her closely. "No, we were just friends," she said, but when Ray smiled, she felt a little stab of annoyance. "The best friends in all the world. Since we were this high." She indicated with a flat palm. "And we're still friends now, even though I guess things have changed between us." "I see." Ray smiled his most devastatingly handsome smile. "So, how do you like that little trinket?" "It looks real nice, but do you like it?" "I sure do, Ray. And thank you for buying me such a lovely gift. It was so thoughtful." Janet was so relieved by his change in conversational direction that she didn't bother to question it. Chapter 10. "Well, good morning, Connie. You sure are bright and early," Janet said some days later when Connie wandered into the diner. "I just wanted the taste of a cup of coffee I didn't have to make myself." "I sure do know how that feels." Janet and Connie chuckled. "Just coffee? Please." Connie settled down at the table nearest the counter. The diner was deserted, but Janet knew it was just the calm before the storm of the midday rush. Every day was the same, just as she always complained it was, but it was always a good day when Connie walked in through the doors. Janet poured the hot coffee and then wandered over to Connie's table to set it down in front of her. She also set down a thin sliver of apple and blackberry pie, a little free extra for one of her ma's closest friends. "You are a good girl, Janet," Connie said and smiled. "You always have been." "Maybe not always," Janet said with a grimace. She wandered back behind the counter and decided to pour herself some coffee also. Staying where she was, she leaned against the counter and settled in for a few minutes' conversation. She'd always liked Connie, always found her amusing, and she never seemed like an older woman at all. "I hope you're not harping back to the days when you were nothing more than a child, Janet. Nobody looking back would ever blame you for grieving." Connie shook her head and clicked her tongue. "I guess I've just been thinking back to those days more than ever lately." "And why is that?" "I suppose because everything feels like it's changing, and I want to make sure the past doesn't disappear entirely." Now, why on earth would the past go anywhere? To be honest, most people want to forget it, but if you want to hang on to it, I can assure you the past is always lurking just around the corner. Connie chuckled. "For good or for bad?" "I guess that's true." "You don't sound convinced, honey." Connie took a sip of her coffee and winced. "Good Lord, that's hot." "Coffee usually is," Janet said and gave her a cheeky grin. "That's more like it, that's my Janet." Connie made a theatrical point of blowing across the surface of the coffee. "I must admit, I'd rather have you as mischievous as always than see you down." "What's troubling you?" "Jimmie," Janet said truthfully, realizing that it was the first time she had admitted it to anybody. "I miss him." "Do you really need to miss him?" "I mean, what's to stop you seeing him?" "Ray." "Honey, Ray might be handsome and exciting, but he doesn't get to tell you who your friends are." "You're not married to him yet, are you?" "Oh no, I didn't mean that Ray had stopped me," Janet said, and then wondered how true that was. After all, his questions about Jimmie just days before down by the river had certainly made her think. "I mean that now that I have Ray in my life, it doesn't seem right to be with Jimmie." Not from Ray's point of view, although I'm sure he wouldn't be too keen for me to have another man in my life I'm so close to, but from Jimmy's point of view. You mean it's too painful for him? Connie put the hot coffee down and settled for a forkful of cold fruit pie instead. I think so. Although I honestly don't know. I haven't seen him for a while. She remembered how they'd left things at the town barn, how Jimmie had been the one to act reasonably in the end. How he'd taken the reins of that conversation and manfully done the right thing. Has he moved? Connie asked, and Janet was taken aback. Oh, don't look so confused. I'm just teasing you. My point is, you know where he lives, you know where he works, and you know what he does with his time better than anybody else. It's not like he's disappeared. He hasn't left town, you can still see him. But he hasn't come to see me. I mean, Jimmie knows where I live too, doesn't he? Yes, but he's in a somewhat awkward position. Connie raised her eyebrows. I mean, you've got Ray Burnett and the whole town knows it. I'm not saying Jimmie is being awkward, he just probably thinks that your friendship, if you're going to continue in it, is something you should probably make the first move about. Do you really think so? He might be sore about things, Janet, but he's still Jimmie. He's a good man, and you know as well as I do that he wouldn't keep butting into your life to try to wear you down. To try to get you to change your mind about anything. He'll just have been keeping his distance, and not just for his own sake. Come on, Janet. There isn't anybody in the world who knows Jimmy Dalton better than you do. Just think about it, you'll soon know I'm right. Of course, you're right. Janet sighed. I suppose I have been a bit defensive about it all. You know, everybody wants me to be with Jimmie. Right down to Katie, even though she doesn't know how to say it, or really what's happening, I can see it in her eyes. And you're tired of it, aren't you? You want everybody else to butt out of your life. Janet's eyes opened wide. Well, yes, that's exactly it. I'm tired of the feeling that I need to explain myself. The sense of relief of having Connie give voice to the very thing that she had been thinking for weeks was immense. I have this horrible feeling that I'm letting everybody down just by wanting to live my own life. Ma, Daddy, Katie. Half the town, if I'm honest. And Jimmie? You might think so, but no. I mean, he's the only one who's stayed out of it. Sure, we had a few words in the beginning, but I guess he was surprised by it all. But he's the only one who hasn't turned sad eyes on me in the hopes that I'll just give in and be the person everybody else wants me to be. That sounds like Jimmie. Connie nodded and smiled warmly, finally risking a tiny sip of her coffee. Oh yes, that's better, she said, taking another, much larger sip. What do you think, Connie? Janet asked, not entirely sure she was doing the right thing by asking. I think the world of Jimmy Dalton, Janet. But I think the world of you too, as you very well know. We only get one life, and it's ours to live, each one of us. Whether we live it right or wrong is only up to us, and that's how it should be. Who you want to let into your heart is your business, nobody else's. Connie paused to take another forkful of pie which she chewed thoughtfully. Janet felt her spirits soar. Finally, somebody knew exactly how it was she felt, not just right now, but for such a long time. But don't forget, in amongst all this, that you don't have to settle for the first man you stumble across. It's a very long life, honey, and there's plenty of time to decide what you really want out of it. You don't think Ray Burnett's right for me? Janet asked, finally feeling the little regrets she had suspected would come when she had first asked for Connie's opinion. As much as Connie had understood the feelings of Janet's heart, Janet also knew that she was a woman who would say her piece without tailoring it in any way to suit her audience. If she were asked for her opinion, she would give it. "You're 19 years old." Obviously, to a woman of my age, that seems so very young. And the truth was, I was already married a year by the time I was your age. There are girls all over Oregon, all over the country in fact, who have already decided by your age who it is they will love forever. And you know what? Most of the time I reckon it works. But even if that's the case, it doesn't mean you haven't got time to think about it. Do you like Ray? He's handsome, he's full of confidence, and he works for a living. I guess there's enough there to like about him. But I don't know him yet, do I? And I reckon that's my whole point. It takes time to really get to know a person, and I wouldn't want you to go rushing into something just to prove a point to your ma and pa, or even little Katie. Forget any ideas about straightening your spine and being determined to live your own life. You'll do that anyway, with or without any grand gestures. Just concentrate on what it is that you really want and give yourself time to discover it. That's all I'm saying. Connie held her palms up. Which I guess is a lot, but you know how I like to rattle on. I know you rattle on, Connie, Janet said and was pleased when Connie burst out laughing. But I sure do appreciate it. Despite Connie's words, Janet sensed something more behind them. It was all fine advice, and yet, by the time that dear woman was leaving the diner, Janet couldn't help but feel a little sense of something she didn't quite understand niggling away at her once again. Chapter 11. It had taken an hour or so to get going that morning, given that his horse had thrown not one, but 2 shoes. Jimmy always used his own horse for work at Darcy's ranch, and he always had. His horse was still young and liked to be out always. But Drake was good enough to pay for his feed and his upkeep, and the blacksmith reshoeing Jimmy's horse at Drake's expense was a regular occurrence. Jimmy had taken a little time to wander about as he waited, sitting on a 5-bar gate and having a few minutes' conversation with 2 of the other ranch hands. They laughed and joked amongst themselves, and Jimmy, sitting there in the sunshine as he waited for his horse, started to feel more like his old self. He'd always enjoyed his work, and only the break with Janet had disillusioned him. But he was a sensible man, and he quickly got things straight in his own mind again. Sure, he still loved her. Sure, he still wished he'd made some moves sooner, declaring his feelings sooner, making her realize that she was loved. Perhaps that would have been the very thing she was looking for, that break from the normal, that excitement. But there was always the idea that it would have been the very last thing she wanted, and in many ways, he was glad that he'd never put himself forward. The fact that she had Ray in her life now was rejection enough, but a true rejection of her would have been something altogether worse. As it was, this was nothing more than an idea, an unspoken thing. He ought never to have had any expectation of something more between them, and he knew that the bruising of his heart was more his fault than hers. But with everything thought out, Jimmy had begun to feel better. He'd faced it properly and was finding the idea of getting on with his life a lot easier. Working with the horses and the cattle was the very thing he had always wanted to do, and his old ideas of saving every penny towards a ranch of his own were beginning to settle comfortably about his shoulders once more. "He's ready when you are," Jerry Croston, the blacksmith, yelled out in his rough, booming voice. "It always amazes me that horses don't bolt around you," Jimmy said as he approached the blacksmith with a laugh. "I mean, despite the yelling, they always seem real calm." He shook his head from side to side and the old blacksmith laughed. "I suppose you can get used to anything, son," Jerry boomed again and handed the reins to Jimmy. "Well, I'll just go in and see Drake for my money." He nodded his head and wandered off. Jimmie spent a minute or two to refasten the saddle, which seemed to be sitting a little loosely on his horse's back. Once it was done, he opened the saddlebag and gently eased in the thick wedges of bread and butter he'd wrapped up for himself that morning before leaving the house. It really was thick, and so he pushed his hand right down to the bottom of the bag to make sure that his midday meal wasn't about to be squashed beyond all recognition. And that was when he felt something in the very bottom of the bag, tightly pinched between the hard leather seam. He ran his fingers over a papery roll, gently easing it away from the strict confines of the seam, holding onto it tightly to pull it free from the saddlebag. Jimmie looked down at his hand and blinked. He could hardly believe that he was staring down at a roll of banknotes which had been neatly secured with a band. He didn't want to open it. He didn't want to count it. His mouth went dry. The money was not his, and he had no idea what it was doing in his horse's saddle. It took him a few minutes to come to terms with what was happening, and although he hadn't entirely grasped it, he knew that whatever it was, it couldn't be good. Holding the roll of notes tightly in his grip, Jimmie immediately set off in search of Drake Darcy. He found him in no time wandering about in the kitchen of the ranch house with a confused look on his face. "Come on in, Jimmie," Drake said vaguely. "Just give me a minute, will you? I'm just looking for something." "It wouldn't be this, would it?" Jimmie said, feeling a little nauseous as he held the tight roll of bank notes out in front of him. "It sure would." Jake frowned. "But what are you doing with it?" "To be completely honest, I don't know," Jimmie said, and felt strangely guilty, as if his boss of 5 years wouldn't believe him. "But I swear to you now, Drake, that I didn't take it from you." "I would never have thought it of you," Drake said, although he still looked a little confused. "Jerry Croston has just reshoed my horse," Jimmie began. "I know, he was just in here looking for his money." That's when I realized a roll was missing. When he'd finished, I straightened up the saddle and stuffed my food into the saddlebag for the day. Jimmie hoped it would sound believable, even though it was nothing but the truth. "And that's when I found this. It was stuffed into the very bottom of the saddlebag. I had to tease it out." "I wonder who put it there," Drake said, and finally reached out to take the roll of money that Jimmie held aloft. "Drake, it wasn't me," Jimmie said. "I know it was my saddlebag, my saddle, my horse, but I can't do any better than the truth. It wasn't me. For God's sake, man, take a breath. I know it wasn't you, as if it could be." Drake laughed. "Thank you." Jimmie breathed a sigh of relief. "Now, why on earth would I ever think it was you? You've worked with me since you were a boy, Jimmie, and I've never had a minute's trouble with you." And with that, Drake ruffled Jimmie's hair as if he was still a boy of 14. "Now come on, let's have a think about this." "I'm at a loss," Jimmie said, and he truly was. "Well, think about it. Have you had a falling out with one of the other ranch hands?" "No, nobody. We're all friends, we have been for years. There's not a man who works on the ranch I've had any problem with," Jimmie said, and then the penny dropped. But how on earth had one of the cowboys, most specifically Ray Burnett, made their way into the kitchen of the ranch house? He would have stood out like a sore thumb. The ranchers who worked closely with Drake sure were a regular sight, often sitting around the kitchen table in the winter as Drake's wonderful wife ladled out hot soup for them. But one of the newcomers would have stood out, would have looked suspicious. They worked on the outer reaches and reported back to their boss at the end of the day. It was as simple as that. There was no closeness, no conversation, and no hot soup. Maybe when you've calmed down about it all, Jimmie, something will come to you. And mind you come to me when it does, because I'm not having this sort of spite going on here on my ranch. I'm not having men setting each other up for a firing, and I'll see the fool out of here just as soon as I know his identity. Well, I guess I'll go out there and join the rest and have a good long think, Drake, Jimmie said, wondering at his own reluctance to give up Burnett immediately. And if anything comes to me, I'll wander back down. You see that you do, Drake said and smiled. And thanks for bringing this back. Not everybody is as honest as you, son. Chapter 12. Jimmie? Janet said as she walked through the garden to see none other than her old friend sitting on the porch seat waiting for her. Now there's a thing, I was just talking about you today. All good, I hope. Jimmie chuckled. Real good, Janet said and felt suddenly emotional. She wanted to run through the garden and fling herself into his arms and sob, but she knew she couldn't. She just slowed her pace a little and blinked hard until the tears which threatened to make their way free had been firmly put back in their place. How are you? He asked, rising to his feet when she finally reached the porch. I'm well, thank you. I was just talking to Connie Langdon about you today in the diner. I said it had been a real long time since I last saw you and that I was kind of missing you. Well, I reckon I miss you too, Janet. I suppose I miss the constant chatter. It's funny, you know, it's real silent, like when the fiddlers suddenly stop playing in the town barn. He grinned at her, his blue eyes almost closing as he did so. She'd forgotten just how large a man Jimmie was, and how masculine. For some reason, in the long weeks since she'd last seen him, every time Janet drew him to mind it was always to see him as the boy he had once been. All bright red hair and long legs, not the rich brown-red hue he now enjoyed, and the well-filled-out limbs and torso. Hearty haha, Jimmy Dalton, Janet said, feeling her throat tighten as the old words she had always spoken with ease forced their way out. You forget, you can do a fair streak of talking yourself. Only because I had such a good teacher. They stood looking at one another for a moment, Jimmie seeming suddenly a little awkward. She realized that they both were a little emotional to see each other again, and she knew that Jimmie very likely wanted to embrace her as much as she wanted to embrace him. But neither one of them made that move, they simply stood there looking at one another. Well, are you coming in for something to drink? Or your dinner? I'm sure Ma Grace has plenty, she always does. Janet wondered if this was the moment they would be able to get their old friendship back. Perhaps enough time had passed for them to pick up where they left off, for life to return to normal as far as they were concerned, notwithstanding the fact that she had no intention of giving up on Ray. No, I wasn't going to stay long. I just thought I'd come out and see you for a few minutes. All right, well, shall we sit? Janet looked at the porch seat. Yes, let's sit. Janet realized that, when they both sat down, each left a somewhat more sizable gap between them than they had ever done before. It was another silent reminder that things were not as they had once been, and Janet felt sad again, unsettled, as if she didn't quite fit right in her own body. But at least this was a start. They were talking, they were in each other's company, just as she had spoken about that morning with Connie. If Jimmie was willing to put in the effort, Janet was absolutely determined to do the same. The last of the afternoon sunshine fell across the corner of the ranch house, the sun so low now in the sky. It just caught the top of Jimmie's head, making the red stand out against the brown of his hair. You were always more red-headed in the sun, Janet said as she stared at him. And you were always more hot-headed in the sun. Like that time you climbed the tree out back. I'll never forget it, me standing at the bottom begging you not to go any higher and you grinning like a fool as you scampered up branch after branch. That seems like a long time ago now. Although, I don't suppose it really is that long ago since we were out there climbing trees. I reckon you could still do it now. Jimmie laughed. Oh, I know I could, Janet said, and suddenly wanted to grab his hand and cart him around to the back of the house where that old tree still stood. Oh, Janet, Jimmie said, suddenly looking down at the wooden flooring of the porch a little desolately. What is it? She asked, hoping that he wasn't about to say something heartbreaking. I guess I have something I want to talk to you about. Something I want to tell you. And what's that? Janet was feeling awkward and unsettled so suddenly that she felt sideswiped by the feeling. Somebody at work tried to set me up today. Set you up? What do you mean? Janet had a horrible feeling that Ray Burnett's name was finally going to be mentioned. Somebody took a roll of notes from Darcy's kitchen and stuffed it in my saddlebag, hoping that I would be found with it. That's ridiculous. Drake would never believe you'd steal from him. Janet tried to swallow down the strange sensation of her heart beating in her throat. Luckily for me, you're right. I took the money into Drake just as he had begun to search for it. I guess I was lucky I found it when I did, but I suppose Drake would never have really believed it. He paused for a moment. But that's not really the point, is it? Jimmie suddenly didn't seem as jovial as he had done moments before. I don't understand. Come on, Janet. You're just about the brightest person in this town, and I know you know what I'm trying to tell you. But Ray works out on the plains. He's not on the ranch. How would he ever get into Darcy's kitchen? I've been there, I know how it all works. I think you want it to be him. And that's the truth, Janet said firmly, although the truth was she felt a little shaky. I don't know how he got in and out of the kitchen unseen, but I'm certain he did. But why? Why would he do that to you? Janet asked, and her fear was making her angry. He never goes on to the ranch. He works out on the plains, you know this. I've seen him on the ranch lands before, Janet. Yes, I suppose he has to speak to the boss now and again, doesn't he? Look, I can see you starting to get angry with me, but I'm not going to be silenced by that. I've seen him sneaking across the ranch lands, Janet. What do you mean? You know what, he's a little bit more devious than you give him credit for. He was late or absent for some other reason a couple of weeks ago, and I came face to face with him on the north fields of the ranch. He was coming across from the east, trying to keep cover so that nobody would see him coming in late. I know, he was late one morning. I'd seen him in the town, and he said that John and Garrett just let him sleep and had gone on without him. I mean, I know he was late, Jimmie, but it's hardly the worst crime in the world, is it? Janet could hardly believe what she was hearing. Jimmie had taken one simple mistake and blown it up out of all proportion. No, it's not. But trying to set another man up for theft is. And Drake Darcy for one isn't keen to let it go, I can tell you. Oh, my God, please tell me that you haven't run off at the mouth with your boss and told him about your little suspicions? Janet suddenly felt as if she'd been turned upside down. She was immediately thrown back into the often practiced scenario, the one where Ray climbed up onto his horse and left town forever. If Darcy fired Ray, there would be nowhere else in town for him to work, especially not if word got out that he'd been thrown out for theft. No, I haven't said anything to Drake. Although I knew straight away, without a doubt. Jimmie, that's not fair. You need to tell Burnett that I didn't fall for it. And tell him that Darcy didn't fall for it either. He might not have worked anywhere for more than 2 months at a time, but I've been at Darcy's for 5 years. And if your man has any ideas about repeating this behavior ever again, I'll go straight to Drake with it. Jimmy Dalton, if you tell Drake Darcy the nonsense you just told me, I'll never forgive you. Janet felt suddenly furious. She was utterly convinced that Jimmie was only there with a tale that would turn her against Ray. So, his calm acceptance was nothing more than an act after all. She loved Jimmie dearly, but she was beginning to fall in love with Ray, and she felt the old irritation of not being able to move, of being trapped by other people's expectations and wants. And now Jimmie was to join them. "And if Ray Burnett ever interferes in my world again, Janet, I will never forgive you." Jimmie's words were spoken firmly, and Janet knew she had never heard such a tone of voice from him before. He truly sounded like a man now, and a man whose patience had been tested at that. "Well, I reckon that's not really the thing you wouldn't forgive me for, is it? You're only here now because you don't forgive me for having my own life. That's what this is all about, Jimmy Dalton, and don't you think I can't see it?" Not only did she feel angry, she felt humiliated, almost guilty, and it was only feeding her fury. "I don't ever want to hear one of your stories again, and that's the truth. I've made my choice, because I've every right to make my own choices. And if you don't like it, well, that's just darn tough. Just because you're in love with me doesn't mean I have to be in love with you. You don't own me." "Of course, I don't own you," Jimmie said, and his voice was suddenly calm again. "I never thought I owned you. Nobody owns you, whatever the sights and sounds of this town might lead a girl to believe over the years. Nobody owns you," he said again. "And you're right, you have made your choice. You've chosen your world and just who and what you want in it, and that is, just as you said, you're right. But whatever your world is now, it can't encroach on mine, because everything I told you today is true. Right now, I'm past caring whether or not you believe me. It doesn't matter, not anymore. But trust me when I tell you that Burnett gets this one chance. You might trust him, but I don't, and I won't have him interfering in my life, in my plan. So, enjoy your world, Janet, just keep it the hell away from mine." Not once had Jimmie lost his temper, not once had he spoken to her roughly. But as he got up and walked down the porch steps and away through the garden, tears ran down Janet's face. She was shocked by the whole episode and knew then that her old friendship with Jimmie was finally over. Maybe this was his way of trying to get back to their old lives, but the truth was that Janet knew Jimmie well enough to know that he wasn't the sort of man to make up silly stories just to get his own way. But at the same time, she couldn't begin to imagine that Ray would behave so badly. Either way, Janet knew she would have to get to the bottom of it or she would never settle. Chapter 13. "I sure have missed you, darlin'," Ray said, meeting her at the door of the diner once again as she closed up for the night. "I haven't seen you for days. I hope you haven't gone off me now." He chuckled, but it was clear that he was a little unsure. "No, not at all." Janet smiled. "I've just had a strange couple of days is all. I've not been at my best." Ray looked as heartbreakingly handsome as ever, his hair looking so sun-kissed without his broad-brimmed hat. He held out his arm and she took it. "You have time for a walk?" "Not really. I promised Ma I would help her with Katie's dress tonight. She'll be expecting me." She saw his face drop. "But maybe you could walk me home?" She smiled up at him. "Well, that sure would be a treat." They walked in silence for the first couple of minutes, the feeling of unrest as strong as it had been since she and Jimmie had argued. She felt as if she had been awake for days, and she had. Her sleepless nights were filled with guilt that she had not instantly believed her old friend. And then, of course, there was the guilt that she could even think for a moment that Ray would be capable of such a thing. It seemed as if there was far too much guilt to go around, and she just wished she could either get to the bottom of it or forget about it altogether. "You really are down," Ray said, taking hold of the hand which rested on his arm and stopping her walking altogether. "Come on, what is it? What's eating you?" "It's nothing, really. I can see it in your eyes, Janet. You know, if I've done something to upset you, you could just tell me. I would rather know, then I can put it right." He pulled her closer to him, whispering in her ear. "I don't want to lose you." "I don't want to lose you either," Janet said, feeling the strange warmth of belonging once again. "I just had a row with Jimmie, that's all." "You've seen Jimmie?" Ray seemed to bristle for a moment, and Janet had to remind herself that a girl having a man as a best friend was probably something her new beau had never encountered before. After all, it was kind of unusual when all was said and done. "He called around to see me. It was the first time I've seen him since you and I first went out together." "Well, he is probably just a little bit jealous," Ray said tartly. "But I reckon he will get over it in time. He's a grown man, isn't he?" "Yes, he is a grown man," Janet said. "And I don't think he's jealous. I mean, it's not as if he's waiting on the porch every night when I go home, is it?" Janet remembered her harsh words to Jimmie, how she had almost mocked his love for her, and felt terrible. "So, what did he want then?" "Well, he's my friend, so he doesn't really need a reason to see me," Janet said, and wondered where the little flash of defiance had come from. "But he actually had a little bit of trouble at work and he wanted to talk it over with someone." "With a friend." "Oh, I see." Ray seemed to think better of his own little outburst of jealousy. "Well, I am sorry to hear that. I thought things went along for him just fine at Darcy's place." "Somebody tried to get him fired," Janet said, realizing that she had suddenly chosen to believe Jimmie. She realized then that if she hadn't believed Jimmie all along, she probably wouldn't have even mentioned it to Ray. She felt down, very, very down. Well, they obviously didn't succeed. "I saw him there just today." Ray shrugged in a confused manner. "So, how did somebody try to get him fired?" "Somebody put some stolen money in his saddlebag." "Who was the money stolen from?" Ray asked, and his green eyes were wide with disbelief. "You know, it really doesn't seem like that kind of a place. I mean, I know I don't know the ranch hands, but they sure do seem like a steady set of men. They seem tight too, as if they get along like friends." "Yes, they do." Janet could see his concern and wondered if Jimmie really had got his own suspicions all wrong. After all, Ray seemed ready to leap to the defense of the ranch hands, hardly the act of somebody who would want to shift suspicion from himself. "Janet, who was the money stolen from?" "You didn't say." He nodded as if to encourage her on with her story. "From Drake Darcy. Somebody had gotten into his kitchen and helped themselves to a roll of banknotes. And then they somehow managed to get the money into Jimmie's saddlebag without being seen." "Wow, that seems kind of, well, unlikely. I mean, that friend of yours seems to be tied to his horse." "Well, they managed it somehow." "So, the money was found in Jimmie's saddlebag and he claimed not to know it was there, I take it?" Ray seemed suddenly interested. "No, Jimmie found it there himself and took it straight to Drake. It was lucky really. If he hadn't looked in the saddlebag right then, things might have been very different. Or maybe not. I mean, Darcy trusts Jimmie. I guess that can happen. I mean, a man works for you for so many years, I suppose you could be forgiven for trusting him. Jimmie is trustworthy, Ray. He's never stolen anything in his life and never would." "I see." Ray seemed scratchy again. "Well, no doubt you know him a lot better than I do." I know him better than anybody. I know he wouldn't do it. So, who would do it then? Ray turned to look straight into her eyes. Gone was his ordinary jovial attitude, his slight cockiness which made him so attractive. He looked at her now as if challenging her to say his name, to cast suspicion upon him. He looked angry, and Janet couldn't blame him. I don't know, she said, deciding not to tell Ray of Jimmy's suspicions. After all, how could it help? Surely, it would only make things worse between the two men she cared most about. If you think it is me, Janet, just say it. I don't. How could I think it was you? Janet said with a swirling of guilt. I just thought you might have some ideas, that's all. You work there, I don't. All right, I'm sorry. He kissed her forehead lightly, leaving his hand resting on the soft skin of her cheek. Look, I don't want to fight with you, not when you're already upset. I don't want to fight with you either, Ray. I guess I just felt bad for Jimmy. We were always such good friends, you know. I guess everything comes to an end. Ray shrugged as if he understood but didn't know how to help her. Even childhood friendships. He pulled her into his arms and held her firmly. I just wish it wasn't like that. I miss him, she said honestly. You know, it kind of hurts me to say this, but there might be somebody who doesn't get along too well with Jimmy, Ray said slowly, his voice heavily laden with regret. But who? Janet leaned back in his arms and stared up at his handsome face. I know Garrett's my friend, one of the best, but I don't think he and Jimmy have seen eye to eye ever since we came to town. I don't know, maybe Garrett is a little bit too loyal. Loyal? I guess he thinks that Jimmy is trying to get between you and me and, knowing how I feel about you, Garrett might have seen a way to upset the apple cart a bit. I don't know, I don't blame him. I mean, we've been friends for years. I guess you'd understand that. Of course, I do. But do you really think it could be Garrett? I do. But I'd rather not ask him. I mean, if it's the truth and it gets out, Darcy will move him on for sure. He'd be well within his rights, of course, but I couldn't just leave Garrett out there to move on to the next town alone. The three of us work together, always. No, no. Please, don't say anything to Garrett. Janet was feeling the familiar panic at the idea of Ray leaving town. But could you just, I don't know, see that it doesn't happen again? Don't you go worrying about it. I'll keep my eye on things from now on. Ray took her hand to set off walking again. Now then, I'd better get you home. You've got sewing to do, remember? He grinned and Janet, seizing upon his every word, felt deeply relieved. As Jimmy walked away from church on Sunday, the last person he expected to see was Janet. He'd been pretty determined to stay out of her way and hadn't even seen her in church at all. Still, he'd made a point of not looking for her. As he'd said to her when they'd argued, she made her choice and her life was her own. He knew she would take a little shifting from his heart, even if such a thing could be achieved, but he was going to give himself time to do just that. So, when he'd seen her hovering a little further up the street, wearing her Sunday best and clearly having darted out of church ahead of him, Jimmy didn't know whether to walk toward her or walk around her. Jimmy, she said gently, her green eyes wide and shining. Please, can we talk? Sure, why not? He continued to walk. I'm on my way home, he said, to let her know that he wasn't going to break his stride for her. He was still angry at her determined refusal to see the truth. Even though the sight of her almost turned him inside out, but he had his pride and he most certainly wasn't going to abandon it, not now. So, can I walk with you? Of course. Jimmie smiled noncommittally, determined not to be rude and equally determined not to be good old Jimmie. That's what he'd been all along, and he knew it. Good old Jimmie, still trying to be her friend even though it broke his heart. Good old Jimmie, ready to try to carry on where they'd left off, to be understanding, to accept that Ray was the man she wanted. That was all well and good, but this went beyond her choosing to believe Ray. He couldn't care less whether she believed Ray or not. The fact of the matter was that she had chosen not to believe him. She'd thrown his love for her in his face so casually and, despite the fact he had known her to be angry, he wasn't about to excuse it. They weren't 12 anymore, and Janet wasn't the one grieving this time. As far as Jimmie was concerned, Janet could keep her anger to herself. And as far as her life went, he most certainly wouldn't willingly take part in it ever again. He'd keep his nose out, just as she wanted. I just wanted to apologize for some of the things I said to you the other night on the porch, she said, and he could hear the emotion in her voice. Why couldn't he just stand firm against this? Why did her pain cause him pain? Couldn't he just be rid of her once and for all? I guess we both said things we didn't mean, he said quietly. And I sure did say some things to you that I regret, but my accusation wasn't one of them. If you've come to me hoping that I'll take that back, you've come to the wrong man, Janet. He continued to walk, not slowing his pace for a moment. No, I know. And I don't expect you to, she said. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her hastily dash away a tear. And I did speak to Ray about it. I see. Jimmie was struggling hard against an urge to protect her. He had never been able to bear Janet's tears, even though she so rarely shed them. He didn't want to be the cause of any pain, and yet he couldn't see any other way. He couldn't keep giving in to Janet. He couldn't continually offer the hand of friendship only to have it slapped time and time again. Especially not when that friendship would only drive the stake of unrequited love through his heart day upon day. There was only so much he could stand. And he asked me not to say anything about this, but I just knew I had to. But what I tell you now, Jimmie, you really do have to keep it secret. If Drake Darcy finds out what Garrett did, all of them will probably have to go, and that isn't fair. Garrett? Jimmie said incredulously. Yes, you know Garrett, he's one of. Yes, I know who Garrett is, Jimmie said, and immediately realized just how low Burnett was prepared to stoop. To cover himself, he was willing to sacrifice a friend. While Jimmie didn't particularly know Garrett, certainly not enough to know whether he was a good man or a bad one, he certainly felt for him at that moment. Well, he thinks that Garrett might have taken his loyalty to him a bit too far. I mean, if Garrett thinks that you are trying to get between us, well. I haven't tried to get between you once, Jimmie said, keen to lead with that assertion. And as for Garrett, I've never had any argument with him as far as I'm aware. Then you won't say anything to Drake? Why should I? I can't prove any of it, nobody can. As long as your friends stay away from me in future, there'll be nothing to tell. Well, I honestly think it's just Garrett. Of course, you do, Jimmie said, then softened a little. Look, I really don't care anymore. I don't have any argument with Garrett, and I'm not looking to have any of them fired. I just want to get on with my day-to-day life now, all right? Yes, of course. Is there something else? He said flatly. Only, I want to be getting on my way now. Yes, there is something else. What is it? Are we still friends, Jimmie? I suppose so, he said and shrugged. Her face fell, and her head dropped. He knew she was crying and he didn't want to look. But in the end, he couldn't ignore it. He knew he couldn't walk away from her, however much he wanted to. Look, we're still friends. I haven't just stopped caring for you like that, have I? He said and clicked his fingers loudly. And I don't blame you for anything that happened at work. But you need to know that I won't put up with that from anybody, not again. Ray said he'd keep his eye out now, really. He's going to make sure that Garrett doesn't do anything else silly in future. All right, he said with gritted teeth, but he reached out to touch her cheek. Janet didn't move, although he had assumed that she would back away from him. Instead, she stared back at him as he gently dried her tears. But the longer he let his hand rest on her face, the deeper he could feel himself falling, and Jimmie wasn't going to be anybody's fool. You take care now, Janet. He smiled as best he could and turned to leave. You too, Jimmie. Don't be a stranger, will you? Of course not, he said, unable to look her in the eye as he lied. Chapter 14. It was getting dark by the time Jimmie and Drake had finished the last of the repairs. If it had taken any longer, they would have needed to light a fire to work by. Thanks again, Jimmie. Drake clapped a hand on his back as the two of them walked their horses down the sloping field toward the ranch house. I wouldn't have got that fixed by nightfall if you hadn't stayed. At least the damage looks to have been done by the cattle and not rustlers, Jimmie said, pleased that he'd stayed on and safe in the knowledge that his employer would give him a healthy extra in his pay packet that week. His savings really were coming on, the years of hard work slowly showing signs of paying off. Of course, it always helped his cause that he was the only one always willing to stay behind and deal with whatever little problem befell the ranch. He was loyal and hardworking and certainly not shy to admit that any success he received had been well earned. That sure does help me sleep better at night, I can tell you. Drake laughed. Well, why don't you come in a little bit later tomorrow? Sleep it off. No, there's nothing to sleep off, Jimmie said, determined to work every hour he could. I'll be in at the same old time. He chuckled and climbed up onto his horse. It was fully dark by the time he dropped down into the town and Jimmie decided to stop at the saloon bar for a drink of beer. It wasn't something he ordinarily did, it was just a once-in-a-while treat when he'd worked real hard. But after he tied his horse to the post outside and began to make his way to the door of the bar, a sound down the side of the building drew his attention. He walked past the door and peered around the edge, squinting into the moonlit alleyway in the hopes his eyes would quickly acclimatize. When they did, he could see none other than Ray Burnett with a woman in his arms. He felt sick suddenly, instantly assuming it to be Janet. Of course it would be Janet, who else? But it was something he wasn't yet ready to see, and he turned back toward the entrance, determined not to see any more. Come on, let's go to your lodgings. You know we can't go back to my house, not even with my husband away. The gravelly female voice seemed to drift along the alleyway clearly, stopping Jimmie in his tracks. Whoever that was, it most certainly wasn't Janet. Janet had a voice that was light and melodic, always sounding like something between laughter and singing. Whoever that was, she certainly couldn't lay claim to the same attribute. Jimmie stood stock still for a moment, wondering if he should stay to hear more or just move on and forget all about it. If Janet was so determined to believe everything Ray told her, why not this too? He had a story for everything, a cheap line to cover all eventualities, and Jimmie had no doubt that this would be no different. I barely managed to sneak you out the last time. Remember? Burnett's voice was low and seductive. Jimmie's face twisted into a scowl of distaste. That old crow Connie is getting suspicious, I'm sure of it. Look how long I had to hang back the last time to get you out of there. I was lucky not to get caught sneaking into work in the middle of the day. Jimmy drew in his breath. So, that was why Ray had been so furtively sneaking through the ranch lands that day. That was why he puffed out his chest and threatened Jimmy so unnecessarily. That was one heck of a guilty conscience. Well, if we can't go there and we can't go to my place, I don't know what we're going to do. The gravelly female voice had a wanton edge that turned Jimmy's stomach. Come on, I'll risk it, Ray said, and, hearing footsteps, Jimmy darted around to the other side of the building. From the relative safety of his new vantage point, Jimmy watched in disgust as Ray Burnett walked brazenly down the street through the darkness with the unknown married woman. Guessing that Burnett would very likely be taking Janet to the barn dance again on Saturday, Jimmy had decided to go to the boarding house and speak to Connie. He didn't want to risk being seen, for he already knew how ready Janet was to believe him to be the troublemaker. The lovelorn young man who would do anything to get what he wanted. And so, he had kept a discreet distance from the town barn and watched as the revelers began to make their way in. In no time at all, he'd picked out Janet on the arm of Ray and, seeing them disappear in through the open door of the barn, he knew he had a little time. He raced back through the town and around the side of Connie Langdon's boarding house. He went in through the kitchen door at the back, rightly judging that the landlady would undoubtedly be there. Jimmy, she said with a broad smile as she dried a plate and set it down on a pile of other dry plates. I'm sorry, I don't want to disturb you if you're clearing up after dinner, Jimmy said, but continued to wander into the kitchen anyway. I'm always clearing up after something or other, Jimmy. If I let that stop me, I'd never have 5 minutes conversation for the rest of my life. I see what you mean. Jimmy laughed, but it was dry and brittle, completely unconvincing. So, why do you look like that, young man? Connie said, getting straight to the heart of the matter. I guess I've got something I want to talk to you about. Let me guess, Janet? In a roundabout sort of way, yes. Ah, then it must be Ray Burnett. Do you know what I'm going to say next, or shall I just keep going? Jimmy said humorously. That's better, Connie said and set down her drying cloth to make her way to the pantry. Don't lose yourself in misery, Jimmy. You're not a miserable boy, you never have been. But hardly an exciting one, huh? I never thought I'd see you let that sort of nonsense get to you. Connie reached into the pantry and pulled out a brandy bottle and 2 glasses. Just one, what do you say? Yes, please. As I was saying, don't go changing anything, Jimmy. There's no point wandering through this world adapting yourself to please others. It's too tiring, Jimmy. Too exhausting. I have no intentions of changing, Connie. I've just got a worry or 2 on my mind, that's all. And what's that? She poured them each a more than generous helping of brandy and settled down at the kitchen table opposite him. Come on, whatever it is, get it said. I saw Ray Burnett with a woman who wasn't Janet. He got straight to the point. Who was it? Connie asked, although he noted that she didn't seem at all surprised. I have no idea, it was dark. I could only make out a vague shape of her, but no features. But I heard her speak, and it really wasn't Janet. Before you go off and do or say something you might regret, are you absolutely sure? Connie asked and raised her glass to take a sip of the fiery brandy. Whoever he was with had a rough, gravelly voice. I don't know, like a coal miner. He shrugged, and Connie laughed. And whoever she is, she's married. How do you know that? Because I heard her say as much. She was trying to convince him that they would be much better off spending the night here at your boarding house than in her own place, even though her husband was out of town. Oh, I see, Connie said and looked perturbed. I'm sorry, I don't want to upset you with this. I guess I just didn't know who else to talk to about it. And even then, I really don't know what I'm going to do. You haven't upset me, honey. To be perfectly honest, I've had my suspicions for a very long time. In truth, I've had my suspicions from the day that man arrived here. He's too pleasant, you know. No, I can't say I've noticed, Jimmie said disdainfully. Fair enough. Connie laughed her deep, warm laugh. But I noticed. He is all charm and easy and smiles, that's true enough, but it's a bit much. I don't know, I suppose I've been in this world long enough to know that charm, ease, and smiles aren't always to be taken at face value. So, you didn't trust him? No, but what can you do? I know, you've got a living to make. Oh, it's not that, Jimmie. I'd throw him out in a heartbeat, really, I would. I'd soon find boarders enough to take his place and his friends if they threw a little fit and went with him. She took another deep swig of brandy, and Jimmie entirely believed that she was capable of hurling 3 cowboys out of her establishment with ease. But I suppose I wanted to have him where I could keep an eye on him. You mean you're looking out for Janet? Aren't we all? She patted the back of his hand. The problem is, Janet doesn't want it. Now, I don't want to go making excuses for Janet, really I don't. But her life has been kind of confusing at times. You know that better than anybody. I get the feeling that she thinks that there's some big excitement in life that she is missing, and she just doesn't know what it is. I'm absolutely certain that Ray Burnett isn't for her, even by her own choosing. So, I kept my eye on him, although clearly not close enough. But I just don't want her to run headlong into a mistake, because she'll never be happy with Ray. Even if he wasn't lower than a tick on a sheep's belly, she doesn't love him. I wish I could be as sure of that as you are, Connie, Jimmie said reluctantly. But she won't listen to a word I say. He even tried to plant stolen money on me so that Drake would turf me off the ranch. When I told her, she wouldn't have any of it. She blew up at me, Connie. She said that I was making up tales because I love her and I don't want Ray to have her. Which I suppose is an easier thing for her to believe, when you look at it. But you can't force these things, Jimmie. She is going to have to come to her conclusions on her own. But what if it's too late? What if she doesn't realize all of this and goes ahead and marries him? I can't stand to think of her married to a man who's out on the town every night, wandering about like an old dog who can't be trusted in the company of other women. You really love her, don't you? I love her enough to let go if she's happy, Connie, believe me. I've already decided to do just that. But I also love her enough that I don't want to see her unhappy. I'll accept that there's nothing there for me, that she'll never love me. I'll accept that we'll never be able to get back what we once had. I'll even accept that that's as much my fault as Janet's, because falling in love with her and declaring it sure would have made things awkward between us anyway, with or without Ray Burnett. But I can't accept somebody hurting her and not doing something to stop it. I know, Connie said, and Jimmie was utterly amazed to see her surreptitiously swipe at a little tear. I just wish Janet realized how much she loves you too. I wish she could rid herself of the idea she's missing out on something just long enough to see into her own heart. It's real kind of you to say something like that, Connie, I just can't believe it. I know, but maybe one day you'll both see the truth of what's standing right there in front of you. She laughed. But, in the meantime, we have a damsel to rescue, don't we? No, not this time. I thought you'd do anything to save her. I would, which is why I'm not going to talk to her about it. But why? She wouldn't believe me last time and she most certainly won't believe me this time. I don't know, she's got blinders on when it comes to Ray Burnett, and she won't believe me. I don't care if she shouts and screams at me, I don't care if she tells me she'll never set eyes on me again, but that's not why I'm turning away from this. It just wouldn't do any good. If anything, I reckon my involvement would just drive her straight into his arms. Ah, now we're getting to the crux of the matter, aren't we? Connie said and drained the last of her brandy before swapping glasses with him and starting on his. Well, if you're just going to leave it sitting there, she said, and Jimmie laughed appreciatively. So, you'll do it? I'll be a little bit cleverer than that, Jimmie. Grace has been my friend from the day she arrived here in Oregon. Now what sort of friend would I be to her if I didn't go and tell her everything I've learned about Ray Burnett? Thank you, Connie. And thank you. Thank you for still loving Janet after everything. She is so lucky to have you as a friend. Chapter 15. I think the summer's leaving, Janet said as she wandered into the kitchen wrapping a light shawl around her shoulders as she went. I know. I never miss lighting the fire and cleaning up after it's gone out. But we'll soon be right back in the fall and then winter. Grace laughed. That sounds a little miserable, huh? Yes, it does. Janet laughed. I only meant that it's not so warm as it has been. It was Saturday, and Janet was free of the diner. Ray was going to be working the morning on the ranch and so she'd have to wait until later to see him. He was going to take her out to the barn dance that night, so at least she had that to look forward to. What are you doing today? Grace asked as Janet plopped down into one of the kitchen chairs. I don't know. I'm going to the barn dance tonight. She shrugged. Do you want some help with Katie's dress? Now, that's not like you. Grace laughed. She was getting ahead of herself by peeling some vegetables for the evening meal and put her little knife down to study Janet. And anyway, I've nearly finished putting together the gaudiest dress I've ever made. I'm still so sorry about that. Janet reached out for a discarded carrot slice and turned the little orange circle over and over in her hand, staring at it languidly. I should have put my foot down with her. No, you shouldn't. Grace was shaking her head gently. You know, Katie loves that fabric and she's just as excited as she can be about her new dress. I guess it's right that she just be herself. Yes, Janet said and peered at Grace. Like it's all right for me to just be myself? Of course. Grace looked sad and just a little pensive. As long as you are being yourself. What do you mean? Janet put the carrot slice down and rose to get her and Grace some peach tea. Peach? I thought you'd gone off it. Grace grinned. I know. But then I went off coffee, so I'm back to peach tea now. Oh, you do make me laugh. Grace reached for the glass Janet handed her. Thank you. You're welcome. But what did you mean? I just want to make sure that you really are happy with the way things are, Grace said tentatively. I mean, you never used to sit about the house all day on a Saturday waiting out your time to be taken to the barn dance in the evening. You always had something to do, somewhere to be. I don't know, I guess I never saw you wandering about listlessly before. Ma, I am 19, I can't climb trees forever. Janet sat back down at the kitchen table and set her own glass of peach tea down with a thump. I'm not talking about climbing trees. Grace shook her head. You haven't climbed trees for a long time. But you still always had something else to do, somewhere else to be. Yes, I suppose that's because I don't see so much of Jimmie anymore. Janet could feel the old conversation making its way in her direction and she didn't want it. But that's Jimmy's choice. I can't make him spend time with me, can I? And what would Ray Burnett say if you did? I don't know, but you can't expect him to be happy about it, can you? Why not? As you said yourself, you and Jimmie are only friends. I know you know what I'm talking about, Ma. That's just how men are, they get jealous. Not all of them, Grace said. And the ones that do, maybe they're just suspicious. And suspicious folks are always the ones who suspect something in others they are more than capable of themselves. Now what on earth is that supposed to mean? Honey, I've got something to tell you, and I'm sure not looking forward to it. But before I start, I have to let you know that I've sat with this for 2 days, my stomach churning over and over. So, what is it? I haven't even told your daddy what I've heard. I wanted you to know first. Honestly, if your daddy heard it, Ray Burnett would find himself in a most uncomfortable position. More than likely flying through the air as your daddy heaved him out of the window of the boarding house. For God's sake, Grace, what is it? Janet said and reached for her drink. Her throat tightened, and she knew she wouldn't be able to swallow a single mouthful of peach tea. She just sat with the cool glass in her hand, the light condensation wetting her skin. Ray Burnett's got another girl, Grace said. Janet felt as if she had been punched. Well, not a girl, a woman. A married woman. Where on earth did you hear that? Does it really matter? Look, Jimmy's already come to me with stories of what Ray is supposed to have done. Don't fall for it, Grace. It wasn't Jimmie, it was Connie, Grace said and seemed perturbed to have already found the need to expose her informant. And unless you think Connie Langdon is the sort of woman who makes up stories for fun, perhaps you'd hear me out. All right then, tell me, Janet said defiantly, already determined not to believe a word of it. But why would Connie lie? She was a good woman, one who wasn't swayed by popular opinion. And she'd already been so understanding. Ray was with a woman in the dark outside the saloon bar in town. Grace spoke steadily, no hint of emotion at all in her voice. They were standing real close and the woman was overheard to say that they would be better off in Ray's lodgings. That sounds a bit vague, Janet said, not knowing whether her palms were perspiring or simply wet from clutching the glass of peach tea. And is Connie sure it was him? Yes, absolutely sure. And the woman said that they couldn't go back to her place even though her husband was out of town. I told you she was married. And so they were seen wandering off in the direction of Connie's boarding house. What was Connie doing out in the dark like that? You're not telling me she started frequenting the saloon bar, are you? Janet sounded incredulous. It wasn't Connie who saw them, Grace said and looked down as if she dreaded getting to that part of the tale. Then how does Connie know it's true? You know what people in this town are like, any excuse to gossip. Janet felt hot and sick and she wanted more than anything to just get up from the table and run off to her room, slamming the door just as she might have done 7 years ago when Grace first arrived in her life. Look, it was Jimmie who saw them, Grace said and let out a great sigh, holding up a hand in front of her. Just wait, there's more to it. Here we go again, Janet said and began to regret the olive branch she had handed Jimmie just days before. Although, if she was honest with herself, the olive branch had been more for her benefit than his, for the idea of being at odds with him forever broke her heart. Ma, you know how Jimmie feels. I don't want to blame him, but he seems to be going all out to turn me against Ray, and it's not right. I can't keep forgiving him for it. Forgiving him for what? Caring about you? Grace said and seemed a little exasperated. Look, Connie already had her suspicions about Ray. There's a time or two when she's been certain she's heard a woman's voice up on the first floor where the cowboys are. And did she never think that it could have been a woman in Garrett's room? Or John's? Who are Garrett and John? They're Ray's friends, the cowboys he came into town with. Janet sounded exasperated herself. Well, you'll have to forgive me for not knowing that, honey, because I've never met them. And I've never met Ray Burnett either, have I? I think you know, deep down, that there's something about him even you don't trust. If you did, you'd have brought him around for us to meet sooner. You'd let him pick you up for the barn dance from the house, not meet him by the diner. So, is it me you don't trust, or Ray? It's Ray, not you. Of course, I trust you, Janet. Grace looked a little hurt and Janet wished their conversation had never begun. Well, maybe you should suggest to Connie that the woman's voice, if she did hear it, was probably in Garrett's room. Neither one of Ray's friends has any romantic attachments, so maybe they have decided to spend a little time with a married woman. And maybe Ray has. Why would he do that? It doesn't make sense, Janet said, trying to reason the whole thing out in her own mind. It's not like I'm married to him, is it? It's not like he couldn't just turn his back on me if he didn't want me and choose any woman he wanted. This really doesn't make sense. You know what, honey, some men just want to have their cake and eat it too, Grace said and let out a great sigh. You're asking me to believe all of this when it comes to you from Connie, and Connie had it all from Jimmie. I think I'd rather find out for myself, Janet said and felt the old defiance returning. You know, I thought Connie understood me. But she's just like everybody else, she just wants to interfere in my life. Janet, one day you'll realize that you've been confusing care with control all this time. Sometimes you're still that prickly little girl who thinks that a handful of caring words are designed only to make her do something she doesn't want to do. I thought you said that you didn't blame me for the way I felt back then. I don't, and I think you know that. But I'm not going to bite my tongue just so I don't hurt your feelings. If I have to hurt them, I will. In the end, that's enough hurt. I don't want to see you suffering. I don't want to let this just happen and not say a word. So, fall out with me if you like, Janet. Turn your head, let your ringlets fly, and slam your bedroom door, because you don't put me off that easily. You're my daughter and I love you and that's all there is to it. And I love you too, Ma Grace, Janet said, feeling so torn that her tears began to fall. But I'm going to ask Ray about it all first. I'm not just going to turn my back on him without asking him for the truth. I understand, Grace said and smiled, picking up her knife again to signify that, as far as she was concerned, the conversation had come to an end. She said what? Ray, as handsome as ever in brown trousers and a tan-colored checked shirt, looked at her in utter amazement. You know, I just don't understand what's wrong with this town. I thought Connie Langdon was one of the good ones. He was shaking his head and his disappointment was clear. He looked so disturbed by Janet's questions that she was already beginning to feel relieved. There wasn't a guilty turn to him at all, just outrage and anger. Ray, I'm only telling you what she said. And I'm only telling you how hard it was for me to hear. You know, I really care about you and I've been so scared that you'll just up stakes and leave town one day, that you'll leave me behind. But I never even considered something like this. Janet felt tired and emotional, sick of having to think about it all. Why couldn't everybody just leave her be? Why were they all watching Ray's every move, hoping to find something to take back to her, some story to tell? Well, if you're ready to believe them, I reckon I am ready to leave town. I guess things feel kind of sour for me now anyway, hearing all this. He took a little step back from her and planted his hands deeply into his pocket. Look, I don't want to have to stand here and beg you to believe me. I've done nothing wrong and you either believe that or you don't. That's all there is to it. Ray, please don't be like that. Janet could feel the familiar panic and she felt sudden, irrational anger at everyone around her. Just because they couldn't leave things alone, Ray was going to leave town forever. And if that happened, Janet would never, ever forgive them. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. You know, I didn't want to say this to you, but Jimmy Dalton's been making things just about as hard as he can make them for me at work. He's running to the boss with tales every 5 minutes, anything to get me shifted out of there. He shook his head bitterly as he stared at a point some distance down the street. But I reckon I've had enough of that now. I didn't want to tell you about it. I know that the two of you are friends. I don't know, Janet, I guess it's too much for me. He shook his head sadly as tears rolled down her face. You know, you don't have to believe this, but why would I fool around like that behind your back? You're the prettiest girl in town, not to mention the only girl I've ever considered settling down with. But you know, I don't reckon I can marry someone who doesn't trust me. I reckon it's too long a life to live like that. Ray, I'm so sorry, Janet said, crying harder still. And I didn't know you wanted to settle down with me. I really thought that you'd just walk out of here one day, roll on to the next town and leave me behind. I shouldn't have said anything, I wish I hadn't. But please, don't leave, don't just walk out of my life. Come here, he said and pulled her gently into his arms. Janet couldn't speak for sobbing and just leaned on his chest, her tears soaking his tan check shirt. Come on, I'll walk you home, he said softly. I don't reckon I'm in the mood for the barn dance tonight. Chapter 16. Now that the summer was drawing to an end, the nights seemed to be coming down just a little quicker. Once again, Jimmy had finished later than usual. There was no little problem at the ranch this time, just a little problem with his own horse. As he was finishing up, Jimmy realized that his horse was limping. He inspected his hooves and saw that he had once again thrown not one, but 2 shoes. He walked him back to Drake's stables, seeing his boss look of inquiry as he did. What's up? Haven't you got a home to go to? Drake chuckled. He's thrown 2 shoes again, Jimmy said and shrugged. I'm not going to be able to ride him home. I'll have to leave him here. Sure thing, Jimmy, just take his saddle off and leave him with the others. Jerry Croston's coming out tomorrow anyway, so I'll get him to sort it out. Properly this time, obviously. He laughed. I reckon Jerry is losing his touch. Maybe he just needs to invest in some stronger nails. Do you want to take one of the others? Drake turned to look back at the work-weary horses. No, I'll walk home. It won't take me too long. As Jimmy walked, he found himself enjoying the slightly cooler breeze and the promise of a change in seasons. Maybe a change in season was symbolic of a change in everything, his own life included. It was time for him to be himself again, to take up the reins of his own dreams and excitement and find more to look at in life than his worries for his old friend. He knew that Connie was as good as her word and she would undoubtedly have told Grace everything. But that was as much as he could be involved in it all. He'd done everything in his power to help Janet and it was all up to her now. Jimmy was back down in the town in no time at all, peering over at the saloon bar and wondering if this might be one of those nights of treating himself to a cold beer. He headed generally in that direction, digging his hand into his pocket to pull out a couple of bills to be sure he had enough for at least one drink. But when he looked up again, he saw Burnett and his 2 friends, Garrett and John, stumbling out through the saloon bar doors. Just the very sight of the man was enough to put Jimmie off the idea of a drink, even though he was leaving, and he stuffed the bills back into his pocket and carried on walking for home. As he walked, however, he could hear footsteps behind him, quickening and quickening. He could hear drunken mumbling and, even before he was pulled roughly into the gap between the diner and the little store the town seamstress worked out of, Jimmie already knew what was going to happen next. He pulled himself away quickly, turning and ready to fight. "You didn't reckon you could manage it by yourself then, Burnett?" Jimmie said, standing straight and tall and knowing in his heart of hearts that he was never going to be able to subdue all three of them. "Doesn't matter to me as long as you get the pounding you deserve." Burnett was slurring badly, and Jimmie knew that he was at just the right level of drunk to think that this was all a good idea. "What?" Jimmie said and laughed. "The pounding I deserve? You should have kept your mouth shut, Dalton. What I do and who I do it with is none of your business, do you hear me? But no, off you run telling tales again, hoping all the while that Janet will come back to you. Well, boo-hoo, she doesn't believe a word of it." "I didn't expect that she would," Jimmie said. "But she at least deserved the chance to make her mind up herself. What she does with that now is her business." "And this is my business," Ray said, advancing on him. "And mine." Garrett lumbered up too, as did John, and Jimmie knew that there would be no getting out of this. And so, he took a deep breath, straightened his spine, and got ready to give as good as he got. "Son, for God's sake, what happened?" Ben Dalton was up out of his seat the minute Jimmie walked into the little sitting room. "Who did it?" "I got into a fight, Pa, that's all." Jimmie tried to shrug it off. "You don't have to look so worried. You should get a look at the other guys." "Guys? You mean there was more than one?" His father was standing right in front of him now, his face just inches from Jimmie's as he inspected every bruise, his body taut with concern. "There were 3 of them, Pa. I gave as good as I got, but in the end, I guess they had the best of me. Cowards, the lot of them." His dad spat angrily. "I'm going to run up the street and get your sister. I want her to have a look at those bruises, she'll clean you up real good." "No, she'll only worry. And it's not as bad as it looks, Pa, really. She's got enough on her plate getting her kids to bed and, honestly, I don't want her to see me," Jimmie said and set off for the kitchen to clean himself up. An hour later, when he had done the best he could with his bruises and the cuts on his face and hands, Jimmie went back in to sit with his father. They sat in silence for a moment and Ben was the first to break it. "So, what happened? What was it all about?" "Janet," Jimmie said, his one-word answer enough to explain it all. "I don't know what's gotten into that girl," Ben said, the idea of talking disparagingly about Janet Lacey clearly giving him no pleasure. "I don't blame her, Pa. She's young and she is looking for the sort of excitement that doesn't really exist in this world. And that's her choice," he said quietly. "But it doesn't make it any easier to watch. That cowboy she's going about with is going to smash her heart into pieces and I reckon I don't want to be here to see that. And this," he said and pointed at his bruised face, "is more than I'm prepared to put up with. I love Janet, but she's on her own now. Nobody can blame you for that." "Thanks, Pa," Jimmie said and took a deep breath. "I'm leaving town." "Because of these cowboys?" "No, I gave them a pounding enough considering there were 3 of them. And I guess I could track them down one at a time and show each of them what a real fight looks like, a fair fight between 2 men. But what's the point? Where does it get me? What does it prove? So why go?" I want to get on with my own life now, Pa. I've decided to head out to the mines. You've never wanted to go down the mines before, son? Ben Dalton looked and sounded even more concerned. And I don't particularly want to now. But the money is good, Pa, twice as much as what I'm getting at the ranch. But you like working with Drake Darcy. I sure do. And what about your own ranch? Surely, you're not going to leave your dreams behind in this town? I'd hate to see that, son, surely I would. No, Pa. Jimmie laughed. I've no intention of giving up on my dream ever. I reckon this is just a way of bringing it to me quicker. Just a year and I'll have enough. And you'll have enough in just 2 years with Darcy, then. The ends don't always justify the means. I know. I just want something else to concentrate on. I don't want to see Janet everywhere I look, and I certainly don't want to see her making just about the biggest mistake of her life. I still love her, Pa, and I don't want to have to stand by and watch her get hurt. But I am done with her, despite all of it. Whatever mistakes she does or doesn't make now, it really is down to Janet. And when you've done this year down the mines, you'll be coming back? Of course, I'll be coming back, Jimmie said. The only ranch I ever want to own is right here. Then go with my blessing, son. Ben Dalton sighed. Maybe you do need a little time out there in the world. Jimmie leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, relieved that he hadn't hurt his father with his new plan. And, as kind as he had been about Janet, Jimmie was absolutely furious with her. For the first time in all of this, Jimmie felt as if she had truly betrayed him. She had gone running straight to Ray Burnett with the accusations, and Jimmie had been the one to suffer for it. She must have told the deceitful cowboy that Jimmie was the one who saw him that night by the saloon bar with the married woman. It was the only thing which explained the drunken beating. If only Connie had been just a little wiser in her explanation to Grace. But then what else could she do? She couldn't have done any better than the truth, could she? He slowly began to make a plan in his head, knowing that he would have to get on with things immediately or risk going back on his own word. He would speak to Drake first thing in the morning when he went to collect his horse. Drake had always known that Jimmie would leave him one day, and he knew that his boss wouldn't put up a fight. It occurred to him to go to Janet before he left. He wanted her to see just what the man she had fallen for was capable of. But he knew that was no good, it wouldn't help. Even if she finally believed every word that Jimmie said, he was utterly finished with all of it. Sure, he didn't want Janet to be hurt and he still loved her, he probably always would. But too much had changed, too much had happened, and Janet had fallen for every bit of it. And in doing so she hadn't just hurt herself, she'd hurt the friend who had stood by her side for years. A part of him hoped that she would stay with Ray, that when the time came for him to leave town, she would go away with the cowboy. Then he could come back safe in the knowledge that he'd never have to set eyes on her again, more content and able to get on with his own life, build his own ranch, maybe even find a wife. But he knew that would just be simpler for him and it wouldn't do. If Janet married Ray Burnett, it really would be the biggest mistake of her life, but Jimmie knew he couldn't stick around to see it. There wasn't anything left to do, but he knew that, after this final kick, he wouldn't be able to get on with his own life if he stayed. He needed that year, he needed the hard work in the mines, not just for the money, but for the diversion. By the time his father had settled down for the night, Jimmie had all but packed everything he intended to take with him. He was going to be away for a full year, but he wasn't going forever. He left just enough of his own things to keep his father's heart easy. Ben Dalton was a fine man and a sensitive one, and he would soon get to thinking that his son might never come back if there wasn't a shred of Jimmie left anywhere in the house. Laying down in his own bed, finally trying to get some sleep despite his aching ribs and throbbing head, Jimmie felt a great sense of sadness. This was to be the last time he slept under his father's roof for a whole year, and he couldn't help but silently blame Janet for all of it. And try as he might to concentrate on his own dreams, he couldn't swallow his own bitterness down for long enough to enjoy it. Chapter 17. When Janet returned from a long day at the diner the following evening, it was to find Grace trying to console a weeping Katie at the kitchen table. Things had been so strained between Janet and Grace in the days since she had revealed everything Connie Langdon thought she knew, but the sight of her adorable little sister so upset immediately loosened her tongue. "What's happened?" Janet asked, speaking to Grace for the first time since their dreadful conversation. "I don't know." Grace turned concerned eyes on Janet, a mother's eyes, already brimming with tears before she even knew what had happened to hurt her baby. "She's been crying ever since she came back from school. I found her down by the sunflowers." Janet felt a stab of emotion. Her sister was the sweetest girl in the world, still tending to her sunflowers even though the season was changing, and their bright yellow petals were faded and falling. Janet sat at the kitchen table on the other side of Katie so that she and Grace flanked the child protectively. "Katie, what is it? Why are you so sad?" Janet began, but Katie just kept sobbing. "Honey, you're scaring Ma. She's so worried about you, and so am I, but we can't help until you tell us what's wrong." Janet stroked her sister's ash-colored hair gently. "And we love you so much, Katie." She leaned over to kiss her. Katie began to get a hold of her own ragged breathing. Janet had always been able to reach her, even when she'd just been a baby. Back then, when she'd cried real bad, Ma Grace had always handed her over to Janet with a glad heart. "Come on, honey, just breathe. There's a good girl." Janet soothed and caught Grace's eye. She looked so concerned that Janet felt tearful herself. If only she hadn't fallen out with Grace. "Tell us what happened. Did somebody in the schoolroom upset you?" "No," Katie murmured and sniffed loudly. "Here, let Ma wipe your face." Grace, handkerchief already in hand, set about cleaning Katie's face. Katie, enjoying the tender care for a moment, closed her eyes and tilted her chin up like a little cat. She was so cute. "There you go, that's better," Grace said gently, and Janet was reminded of all the times Grace had comforted her over the years. And suddenly, without warning, the truth of everything came at Janet with full force. Of course, Grace would only ever want to protect her, of course she would. She was as much Grace's child as Katie was, and she knew it. How could Janet have treated her with such disdain when Grace herself had said that she had struggled with the idea of giving her such terrible information for 2 days? And how could she have suspected that it was all part of something bigger, a group of people who wanted her to live and be a certain way? Even as she thought of it, she knew it was ridiculous. Care wasn't control, it was just care, just as Grace had said it was. All at once she knew that none of them had lied. Grace hadn't lied, Connie hadn't lied, and Jimmie hadn't lied. She'd just chosen to see it that way because she had gotten herself so caught up in a world she had really thought was exciting. But how could it have been exciting when all she'd done was lay awake night after night worrying that this newfound excitement would ride away to the next town without a backward glance? What on earth was exciting about that? "Grace?" Janet said as tears began to roll down her own cheeks. "Ma Grace, I'm so sorry." "What?" Grace said, her eyes widening as she clearly wondered why it was that both her daughters were now crying. "What is it? What's the matter?" "I've been such a fool," she said, and Grace took the damp handkerchief from Katie to give to Janet instead. Katie, for her part, had stopped crying and was studying her sister closely, her chubby cheeks pink and damp. "What is it?" Grace said, her confusion clear. "Of course, he did it." She shook her head regretfully from side to side. "Of course, he did. Everything Connie said was right, wasn't it? That cowboy has made such a fool of me, hasn't he?" "We don't have to talk about that now, honey," Grace said, her eyes darting from one daughter to the other and back again. "I know, I'm sorry. I guess it just came to me, that's all. I've made such a mess of everything and there wasn't any need, was there?" It was just the same old Janet, stamping her feet and tossing her ringlets and wanting everything her own way. "Now in a minute I'm going to get to the reasons why none of what you just said is right," Grace said firmly. "But can we start with Katie?" "Yes, I'm sorry, Ma." "So, my little baby." Grace kissed the top of Katie's head. "Are you ready to tell Ma what's the matter?" "It's Jimmie." "Jimmie? Has Jimmie upset you?" "He did upset me, but he didn't mean to." "How did he upset you, Katie?" Janet asked, putting aside her own trauma for the moment. "What did he say?" "I saw him today when I was coming from school. He was in the town and he had a big bag." "All right, and he spoke to you?" Grace took up the questioning. "Yes. I saw him before he saw me, and I shouted and ran to him." Katie smiled. "And he really smiled at me, he was pleased to see me." She nodded her head thoroughly. "So, why are you crying?" "Well, I asked him why he didn't come to see us anymore and why his face was all blue. And that's when he said he was going." Katie's face crumpled into a mask of misery, the corners of her mouth turning down and fresh tears rolling down her pink cheeks. "Going? Going where?" Janet asked urgently. "Katie, are you sure that's what he said?" "He's going to live somewhere else, that's what he said. He's not going to be living here anymore. And if he doesn't live here anymore, he really won't ever come to see us again, will he? And I'll miss him, I don't want him to go." She turned miserable eyes on Janet. "I want him to stay here forever. I like Jimmie." "I know you like him," Janet said in a soothing tone, her eyes wide and panicked as she looked at Grace. "Katie, did he say where he was going to go?" "No, he just said that he'd miss me and I was to be a good girl. I told him I would be a good girl, but I was already crying, so I don't know if he heard me." "It's all right, Katie. Jimmie knows you're a good girl," Grace said tenderly. "But where did he go then?" "He just kissed my head and then he went. He looked sad himself and I don't think he wanted to say any more." Grace took the handkerchief back from Janet and gave Katie's face another clean. "Blue?" Grace said, stopping suddenly. "Excuse me?" Janet said, peering quizzically at Grace. "Blue?" Grace repeated. "Katie, did you say that Jimmie's face was all blue?" "Yes, it looked blue from where I was standing. But then when I ran up to him, I could see that it was purple as well. And there were scratches too." "He had bruises, do you mean?" Janet said and felt her stomach clench. "Yes, he had bruises. Just like the ones I had on my knees when I fell over running through the churchyard that time," Katie said and nodded thoroughly. "Only these were bigger, and I think they were a bit darker." "Do you remember anything else?" Janet asked, her hands shaking. "No, just that he was going to live somewhere else and work there." "Did he say what work he'd be doing?" Janet had an awful vision of Jimmie as a cowboy, moving from town to town just like Ray Burnett. No, what had she done? And what on earth had happened to Jimmie that his face was bruised up? Which way did he go, Katie? Grace asked. He went away from the school toward the saloon bar. He didn't go in it, he just kept walking. Oh, heading out of town, Grace said and looked at Janet and shook her head. Unless he was going to the ranch. Yes, that's what I'll do, Janet said and nodded vigorously. I'll head up to Drake Darcy's place now and see if he's there. And if he's not? Drake will surely know where he's gone. Jimmie wouldn't have just turned his head and left without putting everything straight first. I know he wouldn't. If Drake doesn't know where Jimmie is, Ben Dalton surely will, Grace said helpfully. But at the very thought of speaking to Jimmie's father, Janet's anguish almost swallowed her whole. How could she face that wonderful man after everything she had done? And what on earth would Mr. Dalton think of her now that his son, battered and bruised, had left town? Ma, I've got to go, Janet said, rising to her feet. I'm so sorry for everything. I'm so sorry I wouldn't listen to you. Just forget about that for now, Janet. Just get after him, find him, and tell him how you really feel. How do you know how I really feel? Janet paused in the doorway. Because I've always known. A mother just knows, Janet. Go on, get after him. Janet ran for her father's horse, saddled him in no time at all, and cantered off in the direction of Drake Darcy's ranch. Chapter 18. But you've seen him today, Drake? He's been here? Janet said urgently when a silent-looking Drake Darcy seemed just about ready to brush her off without answering her. Yes, he's been here, Drake said and shook his head in utter disappointment. But that was hours ago. He'll be well on his way by now. But on his way where? Why? What is it to you, Janet Lacey? Drake scowled at her. I know, she said, knowing that there was little point in trying to argue her case. After all, what justification did she really have for being so utterly stupid? She could hardly believe that she had taken in every single one of Ray Burnett's lies. Had another girl been told just the same, she would have laughed at her for believing it all. Why was she always so foolhardy? Why had she always nursed the sort of defiance that only ever worked against her? And why was everybody so quick to forgive her the tantrums of her childhood when it was clear that she hadn't changed a bit? She felt more miserable than she'd ever felt, and she knew that she was losing the only man she had ever really loved. For Jimmy Dalton was that man, and she had known it all along. She'd seen him changing and had turned her back, frightened of her own feelings, frightened that everything would change. But her own fear and belligerence had been the only things to change it all in the end. She'd done it all to herself and there was nobody else to blame, not even Ray Burnett. He was a liar and a cheat, a fast-talking cowboy who had doubtless conned other silly girls, just like Janet. But Janet was the one who had fallen for it, Janet was the one who'd hurt herself. And she'd hurt Jimmie in the process. How was he ever going to forgive her? Worse still, how was she ever going to forgive herself? Look, I'm not trying to upset you, Drake said, unable to maintain his sullen aspect for long. And you sure do look real upset. He nodded sadly. But Jimmie's gone, and I reckon you ought to just let him go. He's put up with enough now, hasn't he? And he's done so without a word of complaint. He just keeps going, Janet. He turns up every day, he works hard, and he goes home. Now, I understand why that might not be enough for you. I realize it's not exciting. And if you want to go tying yourself up with some cowboy who doesn't think twice about getting his friends to give him a hand in pummeling the competition, that's your business. What? You don't think Burnett could manage to give Jimmie a beating on his own, do you? Drake shook his head, looking disappointed again. As I was saying, if that's what you want, that's your business. It's nothing to do with me. But I've known Jimmie long enough to feel justified in looking out for him, and while you might not think him so exciting, you've missed something. Instead of looking at a young man who is excited about the future, and who is prepared to work hard to get it, you've jumped up and run after the first smooth-talking cowboy to blow into town and wink at you. Maybe one day you'll realize a man like Jimmie is worth 10 of Ray Burnett. All 3 of them? They all jumped on Jimmie? Janet asked, her hands shaking violently now and tears streaming down her face. All right, Drake said, clearly deciding to go a little easier on her. Just settle down. He put a steadying hand on her shoulder. He's all right, and they don't look so pretty either, he said with a twinkle of pride. I saw them making their way up to the plains this morning and just assumed they'd gotten themselves into a brawl in the bar. He's not hurt? She only cared about Jimmie. He's bashed up all right, Drake said. But he's in one piece and he gave as good as he got, considering there were 3 of them. Why didn't he go to the sheriff? I think he's past caring. He didn't even tell me that it was the cowboys, but I knew it. As soon as I set eyes on him, I knew it. They've been out on the plains all day, but they'll be down any minute. And as soon as they get here, I'm firing them. So, get ready to say your goodbyes, because by the time I'm finished with these cowboys, there's not a ranch anywhere in these parts that'll hire them. Of course, Janet said and scrubbed at her face with the corner of her shawl. But where did he go? Drake, please, I need to know where he is. I need to find him. It won't do you any good. Drake shook his head. He's had enough of it. He wouldn't have just upped stakes like that without coming to the very end of his patience, would he? Please, Drake. Please. He's going off to work as a miner. A miner? A coal miner? Yes, a coal miner. But Jimmie would never go down the mines. He loves being here. Working ranches is all he's ever wanted to do. Well, I guess that's changed now. That can't be right, it can't be. That's what he told me, Janet. He was already packed, he was ready to go, he told those who care about him most, and he was off. Janet thought about that, realizing that Jimmie had had no intention of seeking her out to tell her himself. He'd only told Katie because she'd run after him. He was just leaving town, rolling away out of sight and without a goodbye, just as she had always feared Ray Burnett would do. If only she'd had the sense to see that the loss of Jimmie was the only thing that truly had the capacity to break her heart. If only she hadn't given in to fear and frivolity, shallow excitement and easy compliments. But you must know where. He said he was going to head over to Culver Ridge. Drake sighed. But it's not going to be easy to find him there. It's a big place and there's a heck of a lot of mines in the area. He doesn't even know where he's going yet, so I don't know how you think you're going to find him. I don't care how I'll find him, I just know that I have to, Janet said miserably. Right, you might want to set off now, Drake said, peering over her shoulder. Janet turned and could see 3 men on horseback riding down through the fields of the ranch. She could already see that it was Ray Burnett with John and Garrett in tow. No, I think I'll wait for a minute, Janet said, drying her tears and gritting her teeth. Chapter 19. I don't think this is such a good idea, Janet. For one thing, I'm going to give them their marching orders and I don't expect they're going to be too happy about it. I reckon it would be best all round if you just run along, honey, Drake said and seemed genuinely concerned for her. But Janet knew she didn't deserve anybody's concern, least of all her own, and she was determined to have her say if nothing else. "I'm staying right here," she said, and stood with her arms folded over her chest as Ray and his comrades jumped down from their horses. "Looks like Jimmie took the three of you on well enough." Janet spat angrily the minute Ray approached. "Not bad for 3 against 1. "I don't know what you're talking about," Ray said, and gave her the old innocent, disappointed look. "Oh, come on, Ray. I know I'm stupid, but maybe not as stupid as you think." "No, you're just about stupid enough," he said, narrowing his gaze and then wincing as his taut skin aggravated the bruising around his eye. "That's enough of that," Drake said, and moved to stand at Janet's side. "I reckon it's time the 3 of you moved on." "Because of her?" Ray shook his head. "You'd be a fool to let 3 good cowboys go on the say-so of a silly little girl." "That's right, Ray, just insult me. There isn't anything you can say to me that will be any worse than everything I have to say to myself. And you're right, I have been a silly girl. I fell for it all, every line of it. There you go, congratulate yourself. But nobody fooled me any worse than I fooled myself. I'll take the title from you there, because I was the one I truly believed." "That sounds like nonsense to me," Ray said, and shook his head. "And I'll be needing that necklace back." He pointed at the silver locket. Janet seized the locket at her throat and pulled at it, snapping the chain as she did so. She threw it on the ground and it landed at Ray's feet. "You're going to regret that," he said, swooping down to pick it up and put it in his pocket. "That didn't come cheap. And it didn't come from this town either." Janet scowled at him. "I guess it's been around the neck of more than one girl before you took it back and moved on. And it's as cheap as every one of your lines, Ray Burnett." "That may be so, honey, but I'm never boring." He chuckled cynically, and Janet wanted nothing more than to strike him across the face. "You know what, Ray? You actually are boring. You're a cliché, just like I've been. I thought everything about you was so exciting, but I can see it so much clearer now. You don't wander from town to town because you have a free nature or because you want to see more of the country. You have to move on in the end because nobody wants you. People see right through you and out the other side, and they don't want to be around you. Everyone here's seen it already." "Oh yes, and they saw it long before I saw it. But then I wasn't looking for it, was I? I was so determined that you were what I wanted that I couldn't see what was important." "Who was important?" "So, you're going to settle for Jimmy Dalton, are you? Your little choir boy who works till the sun goes down and only goes into the saloon bar a handful of times a year? Well, I suppose you won't have any trouble sleeping." He chuckled, and Garrett and John followed suit. "Being with Jimmie would never have been settling, Ray. No, he's too good. Too good for me, certainly. But he has something you don't, and you need to know it. He has a dream, he has plans, and he has some direction in this world. He's not just wandering from town to town, bar to bar, woman to woman. He's just not that pathetic. Now, you listen here," Ray said, his handsome face nothing but a distant memory now that it was twisted into an angry snarl. He took several steps towards her, and Janet was absolutely certain in that moment that he was capable of hurting her. However, she heard the sound of footsteps all around and looked around her to see that the ranch hands had gathered in force. Jimmie's friends of the last 5 years were still his friends now, even though he'd had to leave them all behind. Garrett and John, realizing that they were very much outnumbered, stood awkwardly where they were, making no move to join Ray. And Ray, for his part, looked unnerved. His eyes flickered from side to side as he took in the extent of his current situation. "I guess you don't like these odds, Burnett," Drake said. "And if I were a different man, I'd let them loose on you. But I'm not like you, nobody in this town is. So, I suggest you quit while you're ahead and get out of here. I don't want to see your face anywhere near my ranch again, and there won't be a place for miles around here where the three of you will get work. Now get." Ray, casting a long, angry look at Janet, slowly climbed up onto his horse and, without another word, yanked at the reins and set off at speed. By the time Janet reached home, it was already dark. More than anything, she had wanted to set off to find Jimmie, but she knew she had to prepare herself a little better. For one thing, she wasn't entirely sure how to get to Culver Ridge. She knew it wasn't any more than 10 or 11 miles away, but it wasn't a place she had ever gone to on her own. In fact, she could only just about picture it from the infrequent visits with her father on some lumber business or other. And she had nothing with her, no supplies, and no clothes. If Jimmie was going to take some finding, she'd need to plan it a little more carefully. She needed clothes, she needed food, and she needed the money that she had stowed away in her little savings pot. To run off now would be foolish, although she felt sure it fit her character perfectly to date. But she was turning over a new leaf. She wasn't going to be the impetuous, impulsive little girl who always ran from care, from everything that was important, even from her own feelings. This time she was going to stop and think and do the right thing. She was going to work out every part of it, find out how to get to where she was going, and act like a fully grown woman for the first time since she'd been one. She wasn't going to lay awake all night wondering if Jimmie would ever speak to her again. That was in the future, that was a bridge to be crossed when she reached it. For now, she needed to keep a tight rein on her emotions, just like Jimmie. She needed to be sensible, mature, accepting of the situation. Feeling exhausted, Janet took the saddle off her father's horse, brushed him down, and filled a bucket of water from the well. Just as she set it down in front of the horse and he began to lap noisily, she heard a footstep and looked up. Her father stood looking at her sadly, his hands in his pockets and his head tilted just a little to one side. Janet realized he'd been looking at her that way for years, always on the tail end of some upset or other, usually one that Janet herself had caused. She knew, of course, that she hadn't been that little girl for a very long time. But there was no denying the fact that her behavior of the last few weeks was very much in keeping with that little girl, and it seemed almost as if the intervening 7 years had never happened. As she looked at her daddy, tears rolling down her cheeks, Janet felt as if she had been dragged back through time. "I'm so sorry, Daddy," she said and sniffed. "You don't have anything to be sorry to me for." He smiled at her before turning his attention to his horse. "Although, I'm worried now." He chuckled lightly. "I don't think I've ever seen you take the saddle off that horse and see to him. You normally come to an abrupt halt, jump down, and leave him standing in the middle of the yard with the saddle still on his back and sweat running down his flanks. I know, but that's me, isn't it? Selfish, childish, never helping out. All these years and I've just stood and watched as Grace did everything, getting meals ready, seeing to the baby." She shook her head. "Now come on, this is just silly. And you always helped out with Katie, you know you have. Only when it suited me, Daddy. You can't keep making excuses for me, it's time that stopped. You've always been so kind to me, you've always given me the benefit of the doubt, even when I was at my very worst. And then Grace came along, and she did just the same. I was horrible to her, you know I was. But she never turned her back on me. She forgave me for everything and never looked back. That's just how families work. You're not the only child in the world who ever needed a bit of forgiveness. But you're doing it again, you're letting me get away with it. I don't know what it is you want me to say, Janet. Josh took his hands out of his pockets and slowly walked toward her. I suppose I never did. Don't go blaming yourself, that is all me. You and Grace aren't the only ones I took for granted, are you? Look at the way I treated Jimmie over the years. I was a horrible, angry little girl, and nobody would be my friend but Jimmie. Nobody wanted to be his friend because of it. Nobody wanted to be around him and risk being around me. So, what did Jimmie do? The same as he always does. He looked out for me first and foremost, and at his own expense. He waited for me to be a nicer girl before he ever got back another one of his old friends. You were kids back then, everything's changed now. Yes, everything has changed. It's changed beyond repair, Daddy, because I don't know how to fix everything that I've broken. Janet, you're so young. And you're not the first girl in the world to fall for a handsome cowboy. No, but I didn't fall for him. I fell for what I thought life should be. I fell for my own determination to turn everything upside down, to turn everybody upside down. I never thought I'd say this, honey, but you're right. I'm standing here trying to find every argument I can to spare your feelings, because I'm your daddy and I love you. But I reckon the time has come for me to be a darn sight kinder than that. I guess it seems kind of strange that I'm going to have to hurt your feelings to be kind, but maybe that is what you need. It is, Janet said, her voice wavering with emotion. I'm proud of you for getting here, Janet. Real proud, honestly. But you're right, you've been belligerent, you've headed off into disaster just like you always did. Chasing after Ray Burnett was just another little display of the sort of danger Janet Lacey is prepared to put herself in. I knew he was nothing to you, I could see it from the very beginning. I just wish that good-for-nothing waster realized that he meant nothing more to you than that old tree out back. You just wanted to climb and fall, and I wish I knew why. I wish I knew why it is you wanted to hurt yourself all these years. I'm so sorry. I know you are, he said and finally pulled his daughter into his arms and held her tightly. But don't let this be where you end, Janet. Don't spend the next 7 years punishing yourself like this. Listen to everything you've told yourself, everything you've dug up and looked at. And work with it, do something with it. I intend to, Daddy. I know I have to. That's my girl. He kissed the top of her head. And Jimmie will be back. He's only gone for a year, honey. A year? She looked up at him in miserable confusion. That's right. He's going down the mines for a year. I've just come from Ben Dalton's place. So, he's coming back? He sure is. And I don't reckon his feelings for you will have changed one bit. Josh Lacey smiled at her warmly, drying her tears with his giant hands. He's going to earn himself a good bit of money and then come back here and start off his own ranch, just as he's always wanted. And maybe a year is more than long enough for him to get over all of this, what do you think? I hope so, Janet said. Daddy, I'm so tired. Come on, let's go in. By the time Janet climbed into bed, she had already packed everything she needed to take with her: clothes, food, and money. After her conversation with her father, she had sat in silence and thought long and hard about what she was going to do. After all, running off in the early hours before the sun had even come up, dashing across the open plains in search of what she wanted, was just exactly the sort of thing that Janet Lacey would do. But this time it wasn't needlessly foolhardy. It was risky and daring, yes, but not just for the sake of it. This time she had a purpose, the only purpose that would ever matter to her again. She was going in search of Jimmy Dalton, the only man she had ever loved. The only man she ever would love. Chapter 20. Jimmy could hardly believe how quickly everything had moved. He'd arrived at Culver Ridge in time to find lodgings and take some rest before setting out in search of work the next morning. The mines really had been the best idea, for he'd had no trouble at all in finding the work he wanted. It was a step in the right direction. He'd been pleased by the promise of a drastic increase in wages but knew without a doubt that it would come with its own price. Even as he was giving his details to the sullen pit manager, he could see men coming up from their shift, the whites of their eyes startling and wide, and their faces unrecognizable from the layers of coal dust. He could hear coughing almost constantly, turning to look each time he heard it. But nobody else turned, and even the coughers themselves seemed hardly aware they were doing it. But it was only going to be a year, that was all. He could survive that, he knew. Or at least that was what he told himself for the rest of the day. And that was what he told himself all night too, for he had lain awake in the darkness anticipating his first day in the mine. By the time he was standing in amongst the line of men getting ready to go deep into the earth, Jimmy was already exhausted. The men around him chattered with enough contentment to give him hope that all would be well, that it couldn't be so bad. That a person could get used to anything in the end, especially if they'd known no different. Jimmy looked up at the pale blue sky of an early autumn day with appreciation. He had a stifling sense that he was to be robbed of such a sight for the rest of the day and found he wanted to take in as much of the daylight as he could, enough to see him through the long, dark hours. He stared at the sun and wondered suddenly what Janet was doing. Was she rising from her bed, ready to start a long day in the diner? Was she staring up at that same sun with the idea that the day was going to be long and uneventful? Right, stick with Olson here, came the sullen tones of the pit manager. He'll show you the ropes today and tomorrow. After that, you're on your own. There's not much to it, just hard work. The manager gave a weary smile that managed a little sarcasm. Perhaps the man thought Jimmy was a total stranger to a hard day's work. Jimmy followed the man called Olson as if his life depended on them not becoming separated. As they walked down through the pit entrance, the lights seemed to dwindle with every step they took. There was a constant humming sound, a low murmur of continued conversation, and it was clear that not one of his new companions had even noticed that day seemed suddenly to have turned into night. Or if they had noticed, they certainly didn't seem to be affected by it the way Jimmy was. Just stay close by. You'll pick it up real quick. Just like the manager says, there's not much to it, Olson said, and Jimmy was surprised he'd even heard him over the noise. The hum of low conversation persisted, but now, as they made their way deeper still, climbing down ladder after ladder as if descending into hell itself, there was banging, constant, rhythmic banging. Thanks, Jimmy said. How long have you worked down here? Since I was old enough to swing a pick. Olson shrugged, his features strangely lit by the orangey glow of the lamps flickering on the walls of the mine. I was 13 maybe. So, I reckon I've been at this 10 years now. That's a long time, Jimmy said, and tried to hide his own horror at such a thought. If the first 10 minutes were anything to go by, Jimmy couldn't even imagine how he would last out the whole year as planned, and couldn't begin to imagine 10 years, or a lifetime, of working in the dark. And that wasn't the only deprivation. By the time he had made it down to the lower tier of the mine, Jimmy had the sense of being so deep down in the earth that it was almost like death. It was like being buried, entombed, and slowly swallowed by the earth and rock. And already he could feel the grit in his throat, the thick coal dust he was already sucking down into his lungs with every breath. How did a man survive in such a place, day in day out, breathing in such muck as lined his nostrils and throat? Some days seem longer than others. Olson chuckled humorously. 40 foot long, Jimmie said quietly to himself. I reckon you're new to mining, aren't you? Olson led Jimmie away down a narrow tunnel, just wide enough for a man to walk down. Yes, I am. First day. Jimmie blinked furiously, as if that would help him see better. The light was almost non-existent in that little tunnel, just a few lamps here and there to diminish the sense of having gone suddenly blind. Well, this is where we'll be working for some time yet. Days, probably weeks. And if we keep getting a good load from here, perhaps months. In this tunnel? Jimmie asked incredulously. It widens out at the end, that's where the coal is. And, no sooner had Olson said it than they seemed to have arrived at a dead end which was only 3 or 4 times wider than the tunnel itself. Everything they needed was already there, pickaxes and little wooden carts with wheels on for taking the cut coal back along the narrow corridor for somebody else to get to the surface. Jimmie was surprised that there was such order in a place, an actual plan, a system. But that didn't make him feel any better about where he was, and he could hardly imagine how he would get to the end of the day in such a tiny, unchanging place. So, just go at that seam right there with this. Olson handed him a heavy pick and shrugged. You're tall and strong looking, I reckon you'll get on just fine. Olson smiled in the gloom in the most reassuring way he could manage. Thanks. As Jimmie said about his tedious task, swinging the pickaxe over and over again, he let his mind wander to better times. If he was back home, he would just be riding out now over the ranch lands of his old boss, feeling the cool early morning air against his skin instead of the hot, oppressive air of the mine. He would be able to breathe, really breathe, and move great distances at will. He certainly wouldn't be trapped in a space just a few feet across with the idea that he would be there all day. There wasn't a season that Jimmie didn't enjoy, as long as he was outside to enjoy it. He'd never found putting up with the weather, for better or worse, difficult at all. The heat, the sunshine, the cold days, the biting winds. They were all signs of life. They were all signs that he lived in a world of day and night, of nature ever changing. But there in that tiny black space, it could be raining, it could be snowing, it could be blowing a gale. It didn't matter, nothing would ever change down there, not even the seasons. Jimmie tried hard to concentrate on nothing more than the job at hand, swinging the axe, hearing the coal fall, bending down to scoop it up. Over and over again. He knew it wouldn't do him any good to spend his time making comparisons with the way things once were. It would only make the decision he had taken all the harder. If nothing else, Jimmie was determined to see this through, come what may. It was no good bemoaning life's twists and turns. It wouldn't help to resist everything, because it didn't change it. All he could do was grab hold of life and cling on, following it down every winding path it took him on. Ma Grace and Daddy, it probably won't surprise you in the least to realize that I have gone in search of Jimmie. I've only taken Bess, knowing I ought to leave Daddy's big horse in the stable. I knew you would be mad if I took him, Daddy, so by the time you read this I will be plodding across the plains no faster than I can walk it. I realize this will look like nothing more than you're used to from me. Another one of Janet's willful episodes, another chance for Janet to get just exactly what it is she wants. The difference is that this time I know exactly what I want. I know what I've lost, and I know why I've lost it. But if I am to have any chance of getting Jimmie back, this is the only way. I know you'll worry about me, but please understand that's the last thing I want. Culver Ridge is only 10 miles away and I should only be gone for a few days. I just need to find him, I need to tell him all of it. I need to apologize to Jimmie for closing off my heart to him. All I can do now is explain it all out, tell him everything, and hope that he understands. And if he doesn't, then I will just have to accept it, won't I? Although I'm sure you're both already sadly shaking your heads as you try to imagine me, your daughter, accepting anything. After all, I've resisted everything good in life, and complained about it every step of the way. Working with Daddy, working at the diner, living in this little town which is, if I'd ever bother to take the time to see it, just about the best place in the world. Whatever happens, I promise you that things will change when I get back. You won't have to tiptoe around me anymore as you have both done for so long. I am not a 12-year-old girl and it's time I stopped acting like one. It's time I started to earn my place in this house, not stomp from room to room complaining about my day and waiting for everything to be done for me. It's time I felt a little gratitude and showed it, isn't it? I suppose I have so many apologies to make, and not just to the two of you. I'm only just realizing now the good fortune of having so many people who care. Connie, Laura, and little Katie. Even she knew in that beautiful little heart of hers that I was doing the wrong thing. As I've already said, I know you will be worrying about me, but please don't follow me out to Culver Ridge. I'm a grown woman and you both have things to get on with. I'm not expecting you to come running after me. I need to do this on my own. After all, I'm the one who caused all these problems and I'm the one who needs to fix them. I've packed everything I need, in case you were wondering if I'd just climbed up on Bess and set off on a whim. I have money, a little food, and the common sense to be able to find a boarding house in Culver Ridge when I get there. I really will only be gone for a few days, but I will write to you with every bit of news I have. Once I'm settled, I'll start looking for Jimmie. He'll be new in town too, and I've no doubt that somebody will be able to point me in the right direction in no time at all. I suppose I'm asking you to trust me when I have never particularly done anything in this life to have earned that trust. There isn't anything I can do about that now, except behave in a way that shows you that you were right to trust me. Please, please don't worry, I will be perfectly all right. I will see you in a few days, and I love you all very much. Wish me luck, Janet. Janet, armed with her daddy's map, had been on the road for more than an hour by the time the sun had come up fully. She felt a pang of guilt when she realized that her mother and father must surely be reading her letter now, worried beyond all reason that their oldest daughter was running headlong into trouble. And she deserved every bit of that guilt. She knew it, for everything she'd done before led her to where she was now. If she'd been brave enough to look at Jimmie, really look at him, and allow the attraction that she knew was in her heart all along, she wouldn't be plodding across the plains now on old Bess, leaving a worried family behind her. She wondered what she would say to Jimmie when she found him, and if he would ever forgive her. But nothing would come, however much she tried to find the words to rehearse. Perhaps, in the end, whatever she said would have to come from the heart and in the moment. Maybe that was what truth really was after all. She looked up into the pale blue sky at the sun, bright, but not as bright as it had been in the summer. Still, the sight of it there coming up over the plains was a wonderful thing, and it made her think of Jimmie. Maybe he was there now in Culver Ridge looking up to that same sun, that same sky. Or maybe he was already in a coal mine somewhere, dark, miserable, everything she knew that Jimmie couldn't stand. Even if Jimmie never, ever forgave her, Janet knew that she had to get him home, come what may. She couldn't leave her old friend there doing something that was so at odds with everything he was. He didn't deserve that. Her best friend and love, Jimmie, was meant for the outside world. Chapter 21. Her lodgings were just about the sparsest place she'd ever seen. So far in her short life, the only boarding house she'd ever been inside was Connie Langdon's, and the place she now found herself in was a very far cry from that glorious establishment. Her disquiet had begun the moment she had walked in through the door and come face to face with a most unusual-looking landlady. There was none of the warm welcome that she had seen Connie give her boarders time and time again. Instead, the thin, angular woman with the lined face simply looked as if Janet had intruded upon her day. "Well?" had been her only welcome. "I'm looking for a room, ma'am," Janet said, and felt instantly uncomfortable. "Well, it is a boarding house." The older woman eyed her with suspicion. "And is it just for one?" "Yes, I'm alone. I haven't seen you here in town before." The woman continued her interrogation, which Janet thought a little rich given the inhospitable surroundings. "No, I'm new in town. I've come for a few days to find a friend, and it's urgent." Janet felt aggrieved at having to part with her own private business, but she immediately gathered that it was necessary if she was to secure a place to lay her head and leave her things. "It is it?" the woman said, as if waiting for further details. "Yes, it is," Janet said, and did her best to hold the steely gaze. The truth of the matter was that she had never encountered anybody like that in her life back home. Perhaps there was not so much to be said for big towns after all, especially if this was the way people spoke to one another. "Do you have a room, or would I be better to look elsewhere?" "You can look elsewhere if you like, but you won't find anywhere cheaper." There really was no pleasing this woman, no way to soften her at all. "Right, well," Janet felt awkward, like a child in front of a schoolmistress. "Can I see one of your rooms then?" She tried to appear confident, but it was falling flat. It was the first time she'd felt alone, despite the fact this was the first time she'd had company since she'd quietly ridden away that morning. She felt out of place, and distinctly unwelcome. And Janet Lacey had never felt like that in all her life. "Follow me." The woman turned sharply on her heel and immediately set off. Janet followed her up 2 narrow flights of stairs, struggling with her bag all the way, before reaching a little attic room. There was nothing more in it than a small bed and a rail for hanging clothes. That was it, no table, no furniture of any kind. It certainly was nothing like Connie Langdon's place. Even the bed linen looked plain and drab, no pretty fabrics or any of the little touches which kept Connie's boarders in situ for weeks, months, even years at a time. This old crow certainly had a lot to learn about a warm welcome, Janet was sure of it. By the time she was settled, Janet could see that the day was already coming to a close. It had taken so long to travel there and almost equally long to find her bearings. Even though she knew she wouldn't sleep, Janet also knew that there would be little sense in starting her search now. Instead, she would get up as soon as it was light, even before that, and find directions to every mine in the area. Having been told by the landlady that she would be provided with nothing more to eat in the boarding house than her breakfast, Janet opened what was left of the food parcel she'd put together that morning. She'd already eaten most of the bread and butter, and all that was left was an end piece, already hard, the butter dry and cracked. But beyond an apple, that was all she had, and she knew she would have no hope of sleep if she climbed into bed hungry. By the time she'd eaten her meager meal, Janet undressed and got into bed. She was exhausted right down to her very bones, and yet she knew she wouldn't sleep. All she could do in the end was lay in the darkness and stare at the pale moonlight as it came through the thin drapes. It was the end of Jimmy's second day in the mine, and he could hardly believe that he had only been in Culver Ridge such a short time. It was as if the sprawling town had seeped in through his skin and he was now an unwilling part of it. The second day had gone no faster than the first. If anything, it had seemed longer because there was nothing new to see, no anxieties or expectations. Everything there was to know about the job he was now doing had been learned the day before. And it was nothing more than using brute strength hour upon hour to smash coal free from earth and rock which held it so fiercely. And even though he had Olson working at his side, Jimmie felt alone. Already their conversation had been exhausted by the little details of their lives they had shared the day before. On the ranch, even when sent off on some lonely endeavor like checking the perimeter fencing for damage, there was the promise of crossing paths with the other ranch hands and sharing some amusing tale from the town, or the sort of banter that ordinarily passed between men. But that didn't seem to exist where he was now, and Jimmie realized very quickly that it was because there was so little to see. He was working with people who spent their day in darkness and went home in darkness. Perhaps they didn't see the little points of interest, the day-to-day lives of others that made for interesting conversation. And now he knew exactly what it was that Janet had felt all that time, trapped doing something that left her entirely uninspired and untested. It didn't really matter what it was the feeling which counted. Jimmie knew, of course, that he would have given his right arm to swap with Janet now. He'd pour coffee, cut pie, and have the same old conversations for nothing more than the promise of a blue sky outside the window. But in the end, it was all the same. He'd mocked Janet for her boredom, as if it was nothing more than an amusing part of her character. Still, he'd come such a long way and set himself deep in the earth so that he might forget her, and Jimmie knew that rolling over old ground was going to make his efforts pointless. And so, once again, he forced himself to think of nothing. He forced himself to just concentrate on the task at hand, beating the very core of the earth into giving up its bounty. By the time the day was done, and he broke free of the earth to stand on its surface once again, Jimmie was surprised to see the last dying embers of the sun in the sky. Perhaps it only seemed light to him now because his eyes had grown used to the darkness below, but he was grateful for those few moments before the sun disappeared altogether and his soul was plunged into darkness once more. "Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow," Jimmie said and smiled vaguely at Olson before the two men parted company. "Dalton?" came the now familiar tone of the pit manager. "Wait behind, will you? I need to speak to you," he said, barely looking at Jimmie before continuing to give instruction to two men who were still working hard, making repairs to the wooden frame which shored up the pit entrance. Jimmie stood to one side and watched as the rest of the miners filed slowly past him, each of them heading home to do what they could to wash off the filth of the day. And he knew already what an arduous task that was, for he'd spent a good deal of the previous evening in his lodgings trying to get himself clean with nothing more than one jug full of water and a cloth. To arrive at his work the next morning almost as filthy as he'd left the night before had done nothing for his spirits but make them lower than ever. He thought of the old barrel out the back of his father's house, the one which collected the rain from the roof. He remembered how he would walk past and dunk his head in it, enjoying the shock of the cold water that would take the dusty plains off his scalp for the day. Even that old barrel, as large as it was, would hardly get anywhere in getting him clean now. And he knew that, as the weeks passed, it would only get worse, the coal dust burying itself deep in his skin, changing his appearance. "Where was it you said you came from, Dalton?" The manager, having finished with the two men at the pit entrance, was striding towards Jimmie with the ever-present look of displeasure on his face. "I've come over from. Because it looks like somebody's followed you here. Unless you've already met yourself a pretty little girl in one of the saloon bars already." The manager spoke over him as if he'd never expected an answer in the first place. "What?" Jimmie said, shaking his head. "I spent so much of last night trying to get clean that there wouldn't have been time to find a saloon bar, never mind a girl." "Well, just so that you know, I'm a busy man. I don't have time to deal with every tearful little girl that comes looking for you, do you hear me? I hear you, I just don't know what you're talking about. About this high, he said abruptly, holding his hand out to indicate a woman a few inches shorter than himself. Wild blonde hair, all curls all over the place. He shrugged. And big teary eyes as she tried to find Jimmy Dalton. Where is she now? Jimmy said, feeling a sudden sense of urgency. It was Janet, without a doubt. But what earth was she doing there? Why had she come to the mine of all places? How should I know where she is now? The pit manager's eyes narrowed into slits and he began to look agitated. Well, is she coming back? What for? To speak to me. I mean, that's what she came here for, isn't it? And what did you think I would do, Dalton? Did you think that I would come running down into the mine to find you? Scamper my way down 4 sets of ladders to tell you that your girl was waiting for you up on the surface? And then what? I get to scamper back up again when I've got so much else to do with my day? I don't know what it was like for you working out on the plains, but this is a coal mine. You're not sloping along on horseback enjoying the sunshine and chattering to every pretty girl who goes by. This is real, Dalton, and if you don't like it, there's many a man who would be willing to take your place, you understand? Yes, I understand, Jimmy said, but knew he couldn't simply leave it at that. I'll tell her not to come back. She won't be coming back, I've already done your job for you. The manager clicked his tongue loudly and turned to walk away. Wait a minute. Jimmy was beginning to grow exasperated and agitated himself now. What do you mean she won't be coming back? I told her to get lost. The manager barely broke his stride, just looking over his shoulder to shout back at him before resuming. What? But she knows I work here, right? Jimmy couldn't think about him and Janet, about what her sudden appearance in Culver Ridge might signify. There wasn't time for that, and he knew he certainly wasn't ready. But she was still his friend and he still loved her, and she was out there on her own somewhere, wandering about from mine to mine trying to find him. Jimmy knew that the pit manager would have treated Janet as poorly as he was admitting to, and he wanted to throw him down into the mine for his behavior. But that wouldn't help Janet. He knew he would have to find her before she came up against someone even worse than his new boss. If she'd come here thinking folk were all the same, Janet was likely to have already been deeply surprised by the strained humanity of Culver Ridge. No, I told her I'd never heard of you, the manager said with a sneer. Didn't you hear me? I said I don't go encouraging girls turning up here and disrupting the working day, and that's the end of it. When did she come? This morning. And where did she go? How the hell should I know that? Look, I need to find her. She's not used to a place like this and she could end up in trouble. Then at least she won't come back here bothering me. Jimmy felt his anger surge and closed the distance between him and the manager in a heartbeat. He towered over the man, his blue eyes fierce and his hands balled into fists. Where did she go? Jimmy's voice was low and menacing. All right, just take it easy. The manager looked perturbed, and it was clear he was more used to bullying men than having them bully him right back. Where did she go? Jimmy repeated, never taking his eyes from the man's face for a moment. I don't know. But just try the boarding houses, she'll be in one of them for sure. The manager looked most reluctant to help, and yet Jimmy could see he was afraid of him. His chances of remaining in that particular mine had likely dwindled to nothing, and he knew it. How many are there? Enough. But if she's not got too much money, try the east side of town. That's where the cheaper places are. I know. I'm in one of them, Jimmie said and slowly began to relax. He wasn't going to get anything more of use from the man and so turned to leave before he could be given his marching orders. Hearing nothing but silence behind him, Jimmie reckoned he'd just turn up the next day and see if he still had a job. But he'd think about that later. For now, he had to find Janet. Chapter 22. Janet sat miserably on the bed in the empty little room, tears of frustration threatening to fall. There was nowhere else to sit and nothing else to do but perch there alone with her own thoughts. Who would have thought that a big town could be so uninteresting? But that was not the source of her upset. Janet had spent the entire day roaming from place to place, as tired as her horse, as she tried to find Jimmie. But she had been turned away from every mine with either firm assertions that nobody by the name of Jimmy Dalton had been put to work there, or agitation and aggression. Some of the men she'd met that day had done no more than tell her to go away in no uncertain terms. They didn't care if she found Jimmie, and why should they? They had a hard day's work to get through, and she was just a pointless diversion standing in the way of it all. So, as she sat hopelessly staring across the empty little room, Janet realized finally that there was a very good chance her efforts had been in vain. Jimmie may or may not work in one of the mines she had already visited, and if he did, there was no way for her to discover it. But he might not have even started work either. After all, he'd only been in Culver Ridge for a few days. Perhaps he was taking longer to settle in than she'd imagined. Perhaps he had, even now, only just begun to look for the work that would go toward buying the land he needed for his ranch. Or, worst of all, perhaps he had never come to Culver Ridge in the first place. He might very well have decided to go to another town altogether, to seek his employment there. Janet knew that the most sensible thing to do would be to pack up her things the very next day and head for home. But she also knew that there were at least 4 more mines to check in the area and she couldn't possibly leave until she'd been to them all, whatever reception she received when she got there. To turn away now would be to give up on Jimmie, and Janet knew she owed him more than that. And she owed it to herself to give the most thorough apology of her life. Just when she thought she might just as well get into bed and go to sleep as sit there waiting for night to truly fall, Janet heard the sound of heavy footsteps on the narrow staircase. The knock, when it came, was so loud that it made her jump, even though she had been expecting it. Before she had a chance to say a word, the door opened and there stood the angular and deeply unpleasant landlady. "Oh," Janet said with some surprise, thinking that the woman would have had at least waited for her to invite her in. "There is a man here to see you," the landlady said in a tone that couldn't possibly have been more accusing if it tried. "I see. Who is it?" she asked anxiously, wondering if one of the mine owners had come after her to tell her to stop her pestering. "And if he's staying the night, he'll need to be paid for." "I beg your pardon?" Janet said, with every ounce of dignity she could summon. "I'll be watching for him. If he doesn't come down, you'll be charged extra," the woman went on, seemingly unperturbed by any offense she might have given. "I can assure you," Janet began, but the landlady had turned and marched from the room, leaving the door wide open in her wake. Janet stood in the middle of the room, waiting for her visitor to appear and hoping against all hope that she wasn't in some kind of danger. And so, when Jimmie himself appeared in the doorway, she could have fainted with relief. "Jimmie? Jimmie, is that really you?" She took a couple of tentative steps in his direction and peered at him. She knew it was him, of course, but he looked so changed already. The wonderful red lights in his hair had been extinguished altogether and replaced with a sort of dull black. In fact, everything about him was dull and dirty, his hands, his clothes, his handsome face. "Yes, it's me," he said and remained standing where he was, not taking a single step into the room. Janet felt her resolve evaporate and darted across the room, flinging her arms around his neck and holding on to him tightly. He stood still for a moment, not moving at all, until he finally relaxed just a little and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her in close to him. Janet had never been more pleased to see anybody in her life, and she knew there and then that she had only ever loved him. She had so much to say to him, so much to explain, but right there in his arms she couldn't think of a single word. She just cried with relief and held on to him tightly, the smell of coal dust rising up off his clothes and filling her nostrils. "I've missed you so much," she said through a chest-racking sob. "Not just since you left, but for so long." "Janet," he started but fell silent again. Without even drying her eyes, Janet leaned back in his arms and looked up at him. Even through the thick layer of coal dust on his face, she could easily make out the irregular shapes of the dark bruising beneath. She reached out and traced every bruise with her fingers, her tears still flowing and her guilt overwhelming her. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," she sobbed and stared into his blue eyes, the only thing unchanged by the dirt which clung to him. But dirt or not, he was Jimmie, her Jimmie. He was tall and broad, his thick hair sitting heavily across his forehead, his arms so strong, and his face so handsome. He was the finest man in all the world, and Janet knew it. They stood for some time, neither one of them speaking as they held each other's gaze. Janet had never felt surer of anything in her life than she did right then of her love for Jimmie. She laid a small hand on either side of his face and leaned in toward him. When she gently pressed her lips against his, Jimmie didn't move. Janet felt suddenly scared, not knowing what to do next. She could sense his rejection and finally realized for the first time exactly what it was Jimmie must have felt when she turned away from him and ran foolishly into the arms of Ray Burnett. But just as she had been about to draw away again, Jimmie slid his arms around her tighter still and finally began to respond to her simple little kiss. Janet closed her eyes and held on to him for all she was worth, knowing that she had never felt anything so wonderful in all her life. For all the little kisses she had shared with Burnett, there was not one of them to compare to Jimmie's kiss. This really was magic, pure magic, not the little story she had told herself before, the determination to believe that she had discovered what life was all about. This was real and eternal. "Jimmie, I have so much to be sorry for," Janet said tearfully when they finally broke their embrace. "I just hope and pray that you can forgive me." "I do forgive you, Janet," Jimmie said and stared at her sadly. He finally stepped into the room and closed the door behind him, and Janet felt her heart fill with joy. She had found her Jimmie and he had forgiven her. Everything had worked out for the best in the end. "I do forgive you," he said again. "But now it's time for you to go home." "Home?" Janet said in great confusion. "But you're coming with me, aren't you? Drake Darcy will be ready to take you back in a heartbeat, I know he will. And you certainly wouldn't be all dirty like you are now." She tried to smile, but she suddenly knew that everything hadn't worked out for the best. Something had gone wrong, very wrong, and she fought an urge to just keep talking over it, hoping it would just go away. "No, I'm not coming with you. I have a job to go to here, or at least I think I do. But I had to square up to the pit manager to get any idea where you were, so only time will tell if I need to find another mine. I'm so sorry. And I'm so grateful too. Grateful that you found me. For all the good that will do me tomorrow. You don't need that job now, do you?" "Yes, I do need it. Nothing's changed, Janet." He laughed without humor. "Even the fact that my world is once again upside down because of you. You're in town for 5 minutes and already I'm at war with my new boss. It's the same old thing time and time again, isn't it? Janet marches in on a whim and everybody else is left picking up the pieces. Janet raised her hands to her face, shocked that he'd said what he'd said, but strangely not at all surprised to hear it. After all, every part of it was true. Except that she hadn't come to Culver Ridge on a whim. I know, she said, and wondered how on earth she was going to begin to tell him how much she wanted to change. But I didn't come here to please myself, to shake the world. I came here because I love you. I know you do, Janet, Jimmie said and let out a long, exhausted sigh. I know you love me. You do? She felt so confused that she wanted to cry once again. I suppose I've only just realized it, but I know it, Jimmie said somberly. It's funny, Connie once said to me that one day we'd both wake up and see the truth of what was right in front of us. I suppose that day has come, hasn't it? Do you love me too? Janet asked, needing to know that, if nothing else, he still loved her. Of course, I love you, Janet. I can't remember a time when I didn't love you. And you know, I can't imagine there'll ever come a day when I don't love you. So, you'll come back with me? We'll start from scratch? No, I won't. I know you're angry with me, Jimmie, and I know I made so many mistakes. But you must know that I never loved Ray Burnett, not for a second. I was just being childish, stamping my feet like I always do, and trying to stir everything up. And I know I hurt you, I know how hard you tried to help me through all of this. But there isn't anything I can do to change that. All I can do is stand here now before you and tell you that my heart is breaking. And I'm not blaming you for that, I'm blaming myself. It was me who brought me to this point, not you. You don't have to do this, Janet. And you're not telling me anything that I didn't already know. Then why didn't you tell me back then? Because I reckon you already knew it yourself. You're right, I did. She scrubbed at her tears with the back of her hand. I did know the truth and I hid from it like I always do. I know what sort of person I've been all these years, even after Grace came into my world to straighten me out. And I know how you always stuck by me no matter what. All I want now is a chance to show you how grateful I've always been, even if I never showed it. I want our old life back. And not just that, I want to go on into the future with you, hand in hand. I love you, shouldn't that be all that matters in the end? It's not enough to build a life on. You've always loved me and yet you turned your back on me so easily. There's nothing to say you won't do that again the next time someone new comes to town. Jimmie. Is that really what you think of me? That I am the sort of girl who will run around like that? Her voice was raw with pain and emotion. No, I don't. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that because I didn't mean it. But you have to understand that I've had enough of all this now. I tried so hard to be a friend to you, even when it broke my heart to see you with that man. And I know what you had was never serious, this isn't just my pride talking. He ran a hand through his thick hair, a plume of coal dust breaking free. But you'll never be happy, and that's my point. You'll never settle. You'll never want what you have. The lumber yard, the diner, me. He snorted. You know, on the day you rejected me, I had been on my way to ask you to join me in building up a ranch. Side by side. Equal partners. I should have realized then that you would have yawned and stretched and declared that to be boring too. Oh, Jimmie. I wish you had said it. Maybe you do now, but not then. I'll never look at anything the same way again. I'll do whatever comes my way and I'll appreciate everything I have at home. This big town has nothing on our home, does it? The people are awful, and I miss everything I had. I wish I could just go back. And I wish you luck, Janet, he said and turned for the door. No, wait. Please think about everything you're throwing away. I know you can do it. I know you can see the things I never dared look at. Think about all we have between us. Janet, I love you, but those days are gone. We can't go back to climbing trees and being the best friends in all the world. Too much has happened. He reached for the door. Just go home. And with that, he was gone. Epilogue. Oh, you look so pretty, Janet. You're just as pretty as my little doll, Katie said when the wedding party made its way out of the chapel and into the pretty gardens beyond. Well, now that is a compliment, Janet said warmly. Since your doll has such a pretty new dress and all. Ever since Jimmie and Janet had returned to tell a relieved town that they finally planned to wed, Katie had plagued her mother to make her a wedding dress for her very best doll. She had carried her with her everywhere, asking Janet question after question about flowers and churches and wedding ceremonies. And now that her special day had finally arrived, Janet realized she was every bit as excited and thrilled as her little sister. She'd finally married the man of her dreams, and her chest was almost bursting with love and their plans for the future. I reckon you're a little prettier than Katie's doll, honey, Jimmie whispered so closely into her ear that Janet shivered with pleasure. Only a little, she said and treated him to an amusing frown. More than a little. You're the most beautiful woman in all the world. And you're the most handsome man. She grinned. And it was true, Jimmie had grown from the thin-limbed boy with red hair into a big, strong man with the most handsome face she would ever see. And he was hers, finally. All hers. Well, don't you both look so happy? Laura Gavel appeared, smiling at the sight of Connie Langdon. I've never been so happy in all my life. And while she meant every word, Janet reckoned it was a sentiment that would bear repeating time and time again. She'd changed so much in the weeks since they'd returned from Culver Ridge, although Jimmie had been keen that she stayed the same in all the essential ways, holding on to all that had made them friends in the first place. All he wanted was for her to be at ease for the first time in her life. He wanted her to let go of the fear which had seen her keeping everyone around her at arm's length for so long. And, bit by bit, that fear was evaporating as if it had never been there in the first place. Right, come with me, Missy. Connie Langdon, grinning wildly, took Janet by the arm to whisk her away and give her some rather raucous advice about married life. As Jimmie watched his beautiful wife and listened with amusement to her shrieks of laughter as Connie leaned in close, he knew he was looking at his whole world. Janet was everything to him. Everything. See, didn't I say we sometimes have to lose something to realize how important it is to us? Laura said quietly to him. I know. I remember, Jimmie said, thinking back to that miserable night in the town barn. Although, to be honest, I didn't believe you then. He laughed. But you do now? I do. Jimmie, you'll never, ever be sorry you let her back into your heart. I know that girl and she loves you more than life, she always has. She dabbed at her eyes with a lace handkerchief. You're going to be so happy working together on that ranch of yours when you get started. You'll never look back. I know. And thank you, Laura, he said and looked over at his wife again. And Jimmie knew that it hadn't been necessary to let Janet Lacey back into his heart. She'd never been out of it, not for a moment, and she never would be. Thank you for listening to the first book in author Indiana Wake's A Love to Last a Lifetime series. If you enjoyed The Love in His Heart, you'll love the final book, The Arms of a Better Man. Subscribe to Indiana's YouTube channel today and be the first to know when she releases new free audiobooks.